Hey everybody, the Respiral here, and welcome to The Great Ace Attorney, The Adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh my god, I'm so pumped for this game. I've played through the first case, because when the game was, or when it firstly had got translated, fan-translated, but still, I couldn't help myself. And, oh god, it's so good. Text skipping? No. Alright, new game. I love this so much.
歴史的な開国から数十年、文明開化の大号令のもと、極東の島国にまさに今西洋文化の大波が押し寄せていた。活気に満ち溢れる帝都の民は変化、革新の熱気にむせ返り、その変化に戸惑う者も飲み込んで、時代は大きなうねりの中にあった。
あ
そして今、そんな時代を舞台に一つの物語が幕を開く。
There we are! Naruhodo. Oh my god. They actually did a really good job with masking the original text, because obviously it would have been in Japanese characters. So The Adventures of the Great Departure, I think that was what that said? The Great Departure, Episode 1. God, it's so loud. Oh my god. No, they did a really good job with the masking, because obviously, if you look at just below the text, when in any of the cutscenes, you'll notice it's like slightly blurred behind it. It's basically, they did like what looks like a content-aware mask to basically just hide the Japanese characters with whatever surrounding that specific place. Either way, the 22nd of November, Supreme Court Defendant Lobby number 5. Even now I find it hard to believe. While everything seems so calm in this lobby, just one step beyond lies the grand bench where my fate will be decided. And what do you want? Nothing. Glaring at me won't do you any good, you damned murderer. God, this is really loud. I might actually turn it down. How do I do this? Control, Shift, down. Down. Down? Oh, that is working. Crap. Right, so 1, 2, 3. That'll do, maybe. I just had to turn it down because it's so loud. I don't know if that'll affect the game. Let me just check. It barely. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So glaring at me won't do you any good, you damn murderer. I didn't do it. Sorry. We didn't even say we didn't do it. There it is. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm going to butcher that without a doubt. I'm a second-year student at Imperial Yume University in the Empire of Japan. 3 days ago, I was caught up in a terrible incident. And now I await my judgment. Halt. You violated the law. Oh. Bailiff, I'd say it's about time you stemmed the flow of garbage coming from your mouth. Excuse me? Who do you think you are? I'm the defense attorney for the defendant before you. Defense attorney, you say? Until today's trial has ended, until the final verdict has been passed, you have no right to call this man a criminal. Watch your words, bailiff. Arrogant little know-it-all. You and your stupid logic. Hey, it's Asagi! Asagi. Can't remember his name. At least I'm capable of making logical arguments, unlike you. Every time I see this guy, I'm just like, where's the fan? Because, like, his... not bandana. Like, whatever's around his forehead is just... flowing in the wind, even though we're indoors. Don't you agree? I don't know what I should call him instead of saying the full name. Ryunosuke. Huh? Whoa, sorry about all that. Where's the introduction? Why are you apologizing to me? Never mind. Lots more dots. Oh, it's Asugi, not Asagi. Whatever, close enough. I'm really sorry, Asugi, for giving you so much trouble. And in the end, you still apologize. You never change. Guess not. Lately, your name has been in every paper in the capital. Imperial Yume University professor killed. The culprit, a student of the same university. And yet... you didn't do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't kill him. I'm not a murderer. Then stop hanging your head. Chin up, back straight. Asugi. I believe in you. Why do you use the full name every time? Whatever. I can say his name. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And this is Kazuma. This is my best friend, Kazuma Asugi. He's a second-year student, like me. But to be frank, he and I are worlds apart. He's the pride and joy of our university. Even though he's still a student, he's already qualified to be a defense attorney. You're too kind. Defense attorneys are still an emerging profession here in Japan. We are but a meagre existence in the judicial system, at least for now. I know we already said this 3 days ago, but... Asugi, as your friend, I couldn't be more proud of you. 3 days ago. That's right. That was when it happened. Ah, right. Congratulations, Asugi. You've finally been approved to study abroad. Yes, I've finally done it. It feels like a dream come true. It seems the government has recognized my achievements as both a student and a lawyer. You'll be studying the greatest legal system in the world as a representative of Japan. As your friend, I couldn't be more proud of you. There isn't a soul at Yume University who doesn't know Asugi's name. Wherever he goes, a mysterious warm breeze follows. So the rumors say. For the sake of reforming this country's legal system, I want to observe a true legal system across the sea with my own 2 eyes. The British Empire. Man, I wish I could see it. Then why don't you come with me? It would bring me great pleasure to rampage through the Queen's domain with you. You make it sound so easy. Oh, look at the time. I have to get going. I'll stay a bit longer. We did come all this way after all. You're right, we rarely get the chance to visit a high-class establishment like this. Well then, take care. See you in tomorrow's English lecture, partner. We're just having a nice coffee. Not too bad. Shortly afterwards, it began. Mr. Asugi, a moment please. Oh yeah, this is a very regular occurrence with there being 2 models on the screen at once. It's very reminiscent of like Ace Attorney Investigations. At least as Investigations 2, I think. That's when it would have 2... it'd have the 2 sprites on the screen at the same time, as if they were having a conversation with each other. Why, Professor, I didn't expect to see you. Well, I can't say that this incident doesn't concern me. More importantly, you ought to go and see the judge in his chambers. The judge? He's been looking for you for quite some time. You took on the role of a defense attorney without much warning, lest you forget. As a result, today's proceedings seem to be in a bit of disarray. Who is this gentleman? I feel like I've seen him around the university before. but I don't know who he is. Understood. I'll be there at once. Allow me to accompany you. Well then, Naruhodo. I'll see you in the courtroom. Oh, they're both looking at me. Oh, it's weird. Right, I'm counting on you, Asugi. Okay. Wow, this is awkward. Excuse me. Yes? Are you Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the defendant in today's trial? Yes, that's me. I am Yujin... Oh, God. Mikotaba, a professor of forensic pathology at Yume University. Isn't Yume a dream? I'm probably just pulling that out my ass. Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name from Asugi. He's the one who tirelessly lobbied the government to let Asugi study abroad. Asugi has informed me that you were his best friend. Okay, why is that relevant? If that's true, then there's something you must know. What is it? As you were aware, Asugi is set to study abroad in the British Empire. However, in the event that he loses today's trial, that won't happen. His trip will be suspended, and he'll never receive such an opportunity again. What? You really didn't know then? I suspected that Asugi would wish to hide the truth from you. Oh dear. So Asugi's defending me despite the risk. Wait, why would they do that to him? Our government chooses who gets to study abroad from a wide pool of candidates. Let's just say that to receive such a privilege is no laughing matter. But... still, I swear I didn't do it. I'm not a murderer. No, but of course. However, I must warn you, it will be quite difficult to prove your innocence. You see, today's trial is... special, to say the least. Oh, music. Huh? What do you mean by that? You'll find out once the trial begins, whether you like it or not. Then, what on earth should I do? Keep this in mind. I'm not asking you to just stand there and accept a guilty verdict. Huh? As soon as the trial begins, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. To this question, you must reply, I am, before anyone else has a chance to speak. I am? Hold on. What kind of question is this going to be? Oh. No way. Oh. Is it going to be something like, who is the killer? No, of course not. Defendant. Oh wow, it actually zoomed in on them. They didn't move over to me. The trial's about to start. Make your way to the courtroom at once. Oh my, it's time. It appears that our secret talk must end here. In any case, I shall leave you with these words. Kazuma Asugi must not stand as the defense attorney in today's trial. Of course, the one who ultimately decides that will be you, the defendant. What are you waiting for? You want to be held in contempt of court and declared guilty? Not particularly. That cocky little attorney won't be of much help anyway, so move it. Ooh. If we lose today's trial, not only will I be found guilty of murder, Asugi will lose his chance to study abroad too. And so, blissfully unaware of what lay ahead, I headed off to the trial. That fateful trial. One I'd never forget. Ooh. Well, of course, in, you know, typical Ace Attorney fashion, it's the, tutorial trial. I'm pretty sure it's pretty lengthy, though. Almost certain. Court 2. Oh, God, look at us. So, this is a courtroom. What's with shifty eyes? Not just any courtroom, it's the Supreme Court, the highest legal authority in the Empire. Something feels off about the gallery. Why are there so many people in uniform? Today's trial is being conducted in absolute secrecy by order of the government. Absolute secrecy? That's what I said. The general public has no idea that this trial is taking place. The only ones allowed to be in attendance are the military and government officials. Huh? But why? You'll find out soon enough. More importantly... Time to focus, Naruhodo. It's about to begin. And look who it is. Is that a shaker? That looks like something you make cocktails in. Court is now in session for the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie! Of course, it's one of Pain's ancestors. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. As is the defense. Before we proceed, there is one thing I would like to confirm. Last night I received an urgent request for a change of attorney from the defense. Yes, Your Honor. It was I who submitted that request. Custom dictates that an attorney ought to be appointed 2 days before the trial. Therefore, I must ask for confirmation. Who is to stand as the defense for the accused in today's trial? Oh, here it is. Here it is. The opening question. In other words, who will be defending me in this trial? But if I answer I am, that would mean... There's no time to think. I should. Say I am. Your Honor, there is no need to confirm. Needless to say, the one who will be defending the accused is... Sir. What was that out of place yell? The one who will be defending the accused is... me. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? What? I wonder if Isugi's gonna be pissed. Ah, there we go. What do you think you're doing, Naruhodo? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Come again? If I'm declared guilty, your study abroad will be suspended. I'm disappointed. You're saying that you don't trust me at all. You think that if I was your attorney, we would lose this trial. Well, it's not that, it's just more the fact we don't want to take any chances. We don't want to fuck up your life. No, absolutely not, but if there's even a chance that you'd... because of me... I knew it. I knew you'd pull something like this. That's why I kept my mouth shut. Damn it, Professor Mikotoba. That was completely unnecessary. Very well. The court acknowledges that the accused will defend himself in today's proceedings. Ho ho ho, I see. By renouncing his attorney, the accused is admitting to his own crime. Ooh. Do not misunderstand. The one who is most sure of his own innocence is simply the defendant himself. That's all. Isn't that right, defendant? Yeah, that's right. I think my favourite thing about this is how... I guess it's how... Ryunosuke kind of develops as the game progresses. As you'll see as we get through this trial. I've only played up to the second trial. Everything beyond that's blind. But, no, because as you can see, he's very shifty and super... I guess anxious would be the correct word. But as the trial progresses, he becomes a lot more sure of himself. But if I'm being honest... Hey, there's that Phoenix Wright face. This defendant is drawing a total blank on what to do next. First of all, do something about those shifty eyes of yours. How dare a mere student bother the great Supreme Court with such a trite case? Surely I'm not the only one who is outraged by this arrangement. As you gentlemen know, this is the Grand Bench of the Supreme Court. As such, we demand a trial befitting this courtroom, the pinnacle of our legal system. Defendant? Yes? I shall now gauge whether or not you are qualified to stand in this court. Oh, is this going to be one of those... Yeah, like one of those questions. How did the victim die? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. What's he going to do? In other words, the judge doubts that you have the ability to properly defend yourself. The joke's on him, because the person with the most doubts is none other than myself. Now I shall pose some simple questions to the defence regarding this case. Yes, Your Honour. First, what is the name of the victim of this murder? Answer promptly and clearly. Okay, I should know this one. I've heard it countless times since the incident. It's... Huh? Oh no. I'm so nervous I can't remember. What was his name? Oh, what was his name again? Naruhodo? It's Naruhodo or Naruhodo? I don't know how you say his name. You're drawing a total blank on this one, right? You're my best friend, alright. Don't worry, everything about the incident has been logged in the court record. Yeah, it's tutorial time. The court record? Yeah, in the top right. Go ahead and touch the court record button in the top right corner of the screen. Hey, you're breaking my immersion, bitch. I was gonna say I'm trying to. In there you'll find everything you need, even things you may have forgotten. Great, let's try tapping the court record button. Oops. Here's all the evidence. You can also view the profiles of people involved in the case, so we have a school badge. Proof that one is a student of the Imperial Yume University, always on school uniforms. Then we have the post-mortem, or the autopsy report. Died after 2 PM, was shot in the chest, and bled to death. Bullet did not pass through his body. Aha! He's 23, holy crap. Once you confirm the victim's details, press back to return to the task at hand. So we have Kazuma Asugi, second-year student at Imperial Yume University, has great talent as a lawyer despite just being a student, my best friend. Yujin Mikotoba, professor at Imperial Yume University's Medical Research Department, an authority in forensic medicine and Asugi's mentor. Taketsuchi Ouchi, the prosecutor investigating this case. It appears he does not approve of what cultural enlightenment has done to society. John H. Watson, the victim in this case, was invited to come from the British Empire to the university. Medical doctor. There he is. It's John H. Watson. All relevant pieces of information can be found in the court record. Remember that. No, we shouldn't keep his honour waiting. Present your answer to him. Choose the profile of the victim and present it to the court. Oh, I don't even need to choose his name. Alright. What's that? Oh, that doesn't show up. Oh, good. No, it's like a little arrow at the top of my screen. What does that do? View options. Seems BlueStacks has had a few updates since I last used it. The victim is Dr. John H. Watson. Okay. Of course you would remember the name of a God, my God, I can't talk. Of a professor at your own university. Dr. Watson was a medical doctor from the British Empire. 3 years ago, he was invited to teach at Imperial Yume University. And that is why we have such a tremendous debacle on our hands. The British Empire. A country with which the Empire of Japan wishes to maintain strong diplomatic relations. Recently, after lengthy negotiations, our two empires signed a new treaty. The Japanese Anglo Treaty of Commerce and Navigation. Everyone knows about it. Huh, you knew that and yet you still took the life of a Briton. What's more, you're students at Imperial Yume University yourselves. You murdered a professor of an institution of learning. Have you no shame? But I didn't do it. Due to the grave nature of this incident, we have drawn the attention of the British Empire. They have requested that the Supreme Court pass swift judgment in today's trial. In other words, our spineless government is bending over backwards to appease the Brits. You're just being used as a convenient scapegoat for that end. Is that what makes this trial so special? Exactly. Our country must find someone to punish as soon as possible. All because the victim is a Brit. A British man, Dr. John Watson, or John H. Watson. This has nothing to do with our countries, or that treaty. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Flashback? Oh. Right, would you look at the time? I have to get going soon. I'll stay a bit longer. We came all this way after all. You're right, we rarely get the chance to visit a high-class establishment like this. Well then, take care. I'll see you in tomorrow's English lecture, partner. And then he leaves. Off to the British Empire, huh? What a guy. Oh? Oh. I've seen that man on campus before, I think. He's that doctor from Britain. I never got his name though. Maybe I should go introduce myself. I can't remember the time period this is set. I think it's 18? Is it the 1800s? I don't remember. And so... I went to Dr. Watson's table to introduce myself. Now, let us move on to the next question. Yes, Your Honour. Oh, how did he die? How was Dr. John H. Watson robbed of his life? Bullet! Present the cause of death to the Supreme Court. Dr. Watson's cause of death. Of course, that would be... Naruhodo? A court record. This is a court of law. Here we let the evidence speak for itself. The evidence? Quickly present the piece of evidence showing the doctor's cause of death. Oh. Yes, my badge. Post-mortem. Yeah, shot in the chest and bled to death. Bullet did not pass through the body. According to this thing, it was blood loss from a gunshot wound, Your Honour. At least call it by its proper name. That thing is a post-mortem report. Also known as an autopsy. Yes, the post-mortem. In the West, for example, in the British Empire, corpses undergo what's called an autopsy. But in our country, police surgeons conduct a post-mortem examination instead. They are two sides of the same coin. Right, now I get it. I don't get it at all. Allow me to present a photograph of the crime scene. As you can see, there are gunpowder burns around the bullet hole, meaning the victim was shot at point-blank range. There's no other conclusion. Very well. The court accepts this modern investigation tool as evidence. Photograph of victim. Shows the victim, cause of death appears to be a gunshot to the chest from the front. Wow. So this is a photograph. It's my first time seeing one. It captures far more detail than what you'd expect from an illustration. Very well, you have proven yourself to the court. The questioning ends here. Now, let's proceed with the trial. What the f... Understood, Your Honour. First, I would like to give an overview of the incident. I hereby summon a witness who was present at the scene of the crime. Oof. Here we go. I just realised what the professor had in mind. Professor Mikotoba, you mean? He knew that you'd be the one defending yourself in court. However, as long as I stand by your side, I can still offer you advice. Oh, that's true. Here's what Professor Mikotoba told me. Kazuma Asugi must not stand as the defense attorney in today's trial. Good grief. Everything went exactly as the professor planned. Please lend me your wisdom, Masugi. You got it. For starters, do something about your shifty eyes and cold sweats. Only if you do something about your fluttery headband and cold gaze. It must just be incredibly windy wherever Asugi goes. Ah, here we go. Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court. Certainly. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm a waiter at La Cuentos, a restaurant serving Western cuisine. Cough, cough. Oh god. You appear to be bleeding. Are you okay? There's blood dripping out of your mouth. Ah, that's why the towel's there. Wonderful. This is completely normal. I'm perfectly fine. Yes, I just happen to cough up blood every now and again. I'm not too sure about that. A few years ago, the southeastern corner of the capital was opened to foreign settlements. Now it's become a fashionable area, lined with hotels catering to visitors from abroad. The crime occurred 3 days ago in that area, at a restaurant specialising in Western cuisine. That is a shaker. It certainly looks like one. Either that or it's... I don't fucking know what else it could be. It's something that would hold a drink. But yeah, it looks more so like a cocktail shaker. Witness, please share everything you know with the court. As you wish. Try not to interrupt this man's testimony, amateur attorney. I'm warning you. Yes, sir. I never even called myself an attorney. It was just after 2 PM that day. We normally have few patrons at that hour. After the lunch rush, only 3 groups of customers remained. Come to think of it, he's right. There weren't many customers at the time. There was us, the doctor, and then the two men. Like the old man that has the long face. It showed them in the cutscene. I was in the kitchen putting away the dishes when suddenly... kaboom! Gunshot. A gunshot rang out from the dining area. When I ran out in a panic, I saw it. I saw the British gentleman, the victim, slumped over in his chair. Standing next to him was the defendant, holding a pistol. Wait, please wait a second. Yes, I picked up the gun when I noticed it on the ground, but I swear I didn't fire it. Well, so much for not interrupting him. Love that noise. So, save your breath, I've already warned you once. We are here to listen to the witness's testimony, not your outbursts, you amateur. But... no buts. The next time you interrupt, be prepared to suffer a penalty. Naruhodo, you'll get your chance to strike back eventually. Just wait. For now, listen to what this man has to say. Witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm. You saw the accused standing next to the victim with a pistol in hand, correct? Certainly, that is correct. I see. And apart from the accused, no one else was near the victim? Certainly not. Apart from the deceased British gentleman and the defendant, no one else was present. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? No one else was present near the victim. What's the matter, Naruhodo? That's not how I remember it. When I walked over to introduce myself to Dr. Watson... Look at that chin! There was a woman sitting in the chair across from him. What? There's no way the waiter missed that. They keep telling me not to interrupt, but can I really just stand and watch this? Oh god. Interrupt him anyway. Yeah, I should. Hi! Give me just a moment to defend myself. Dr. Watson wasn't sitting alone at the time. I'm certain that there was a woman dining with him. My, what a troublemaker. This attorney will stop at nothing to interfere with the trial. He's little more than a fraud. I'm not even sure that we can reasonably call the accused an attorney. I mean, to be fair, we aren't. We're a student. But... Witness, are you sure that your memory isn't flawed? I certainly am. The British gentleman came to the restaurant by himself that day. But that's impossible. I made sure to sketch the seating arrangements of our patrons on this right here. I implore you to check for yourself. Entrance kitchen. Wait, what the hell's that say on the other side? Ac. Okay, I cannot read it. No idea. This appears to be a sketch of the crime scene. Since it was an emergency situation, I resorted to using the back of my business card. Okay. As you can see, this shows that the victim was alone at the time in question. You've gone above and beyond the call of duty. Truly, you are an admirable young waiter. You flatter me, Your Honour. I request that you present that sketch to the court as evidence for the trial. Oh, well... Oh. Is something wrong? Go on, hand it over. Ah, certainly. As you wish. That's odd. He was pretty calm up until now. Oh god. He's right. The waiter does seem to look a bit flustered. No, I think he's dying. You just get to hear him having a coughing fit. Head waiter's card, a sketch of the crime scene is drawn on the back. My goodness. And so... that summarizes what happened during the incident. When the gunshot rang out from the dining room, the only person near the victim was the accused. Why, I'd say we'll be wrapping up this trial early today. Uh-oh. Oh, pardon me. Defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes, Your Honor? If you plead guilty now, the court is willing to recognize your plea as a mitigating factor. He means that your punishment may be reduced. Be aware that this witness was only here to provide a summary of the incident. But if you insist on prolonging this trial, then the prosecution will gladly summon a decisive witness to the stand. Oh, bring it on. Hey, Isugi, what should I do? Is he gonna ask, well, did you do it? What are you talking about? Well, it sounds like I'm going to be declared guilty sooner or later. So I think it might be best if I just plead guilty right now. I mean, everyone's been talking about how special this trial is, right? You, Professor Mikotaba, heck, even the judge and the prosecutor. If the trial keeps going on like this, I'm scared of how it might end. As I said before the trial, I believe in you, Naruhodo. And now, in spite of that, you intend to betray my good faith? Huh? If the defendant is truly innocent, it's a defense attorney's duty to use any means necessary to prove it so. You have a duty to defend yourself. Are you going to abandon your duty? Even worse, you'll give up the battle when it's only just begun. Ooh. Oh damn. The defense will continue to fight for an innocent verdict until the very end. The prosecution needs to stop stalling for time and just move on with the trial. Go ahead, call this so-called decisive witness to the stand. Woohoo! Very well. Prosecutor Ouchi, continue as you were. Oh, how young and foolish you both are to not know your place in this court. They may call me a saint, but I am prepared to become a demon. Yeah, okay. He's a pain, it's fine. Before long, I shall have your impudent little mouths sealed permanently. The prosecution will now call 2 witnesses to the stand. Now, bailiff, bring in the prosecutor's witnesses. Oh, it's 2 of them. I don't know how many witnesses you can question at any one time. Quite cool how it works, though. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations to the court. Yes, I'm a proud soldier of the Empire, Sergeant Taizu Uzukamaru, I think. Sir. Uzukamaru. Pretty sure. This one is but a humble peddler of time. An antiquary, one who brings to the imperial capital the essence of curios from bygone eras. Owner of the Hall of Discard Emporium, on the corner of the capital's 2nd block. Sanmon Sono Higurashi is my name. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an odd combination. These 2 were also in the restaurant on the day of the incident, Your Honor. Sitting at the same table, too. So this is the 3rd group of customers that the waiter was referring to earlier. This one spends a brief time each afternoon enjoying the aromatic coffee at La Cuentos. Oftentimes, this one also converses with connoisseurs interested in my treasures. I have no idea what he's talking about. The odd man owns an antique shop and appears to be a regular at La Cuentos. And the soldier? He tries to sell his antiques to any customers who look like they would be interested. Many affluent socialites dine at that high-class Western establishment, after all. Oh, I see. But if I'm being honest, that soldier over there doesn't seem affluent enough to be buying much of anything. So the 2 of you witnessed the very moment of this heinous crime unfolded. Is that correct? Sir, yes, sir. Oh, the insolence of such an atrocity. No detail evaded this soldier's watchful eyes. Indeed, without a doubt. What was that? That juvenile, clad in somber black, fired the lethal round. Nope. I don't understand this guy either. What was that noise? But putting that aside, I think I heard a strange sound just now. Yeah, I did. I see. These 2 are the so-called decisive witnesses. That soldier said he witnessed the very moment you shot the victim. Hmm? So, are you having fun yet? Honestly, I'm not. Now, let us hear your testimony. Tell the court the truth of what you witnessed during the incident. As you wish, Sergeant Taito Uzukamaru reporting for duty. Certainly heard a noise. A baby? Why would there be a baby? Alas, this one does not wish to recall the deplorable events of that afternoon. Instead, he just wants to keep looking at this jar. He's got the shakes. He's got a really weird-shaped head. Look at it! What we witnessed. I was at the restaurant chatting with the old man as I ate my beefsteak. This one was boasting of a beautiful treasure enveloped in golden gleam. And then, the flash of a gunshot. That moment was burned into my eyes. That black-clad student shot the British man, a sudden cowardly shot from behind. Ah! Meanwhile, this one crawled to the floor in search of a treasure gone missing. Shot from behind, eh? That means... Sergeant, you must have witnessed the crime in its entirety. Everything from when the accused took the pistol to when he shot the victim. Indeed. The despicable culprit was that delinquent of a student over there. Imagine the wretched boy who would shoot an Englishman at such a sensitive juncture. Wait, that's not true. I didn't shoot anyone. You sure about that, Naruhodo? All I did was pick up a pistol from the floor. After introducing myself to Dr. Watson, I went back to my table to finish my coffee. Then I decided to go home. As I made my way to the door, I saw a British-made pistol on the ground, next to where the doctor was sitting. Ooh! I thought that he might have accidentally dropped it, so I picked it up. But just as I was about to hand it to him, there was a gunshot. If that's really what happened, then the true culprit is still at large. And a clue to their identity rests within this testimony. Really? Quickly, Naruhodo. Assert your right to conduct a cross-examination. Cross-examination? There's no time to waste. Now then, as you just heard, Your Honor, this testimony has conclusively proven the accused's guilt. It's also proved a contradiction. The time has come to pass judgment on this despicable university student. Indeed, there is no longer any room for doubt. Well then, the court hereby concludes that, yeah, interruption. Like I always say something and then put my hand up. What was that? And what is this unbearable awkward silence? No. The defense demands the right to conduct that cross-examination thing. Oh dear. What are you, a puppet? Are these your words or those of the man next to you? He got me. The prosecution objects. This is clearly a ploy to waste everyone's time. One cannot expect such an inexperienced attorney to conduct a cross-examination. Regardless, the defense has every right to make such a demand. His experience, or lack thereof, matters not. Yeah, bitch. Isugi, that was amazing. Very well. I hereby grant the defense's request to conduct a cross-examination. Excellent. Now the real battle begins. But I have no idea what to do in a cross-examination. It's simple. Expose the lies in their testimony. Uh-huh. You didn't fire that pistol. Therefore, someone must be lying. That makes sense. The key to the truth rests within the evidence. The evidence? Of course. To expose their lies, you must strike them with a decisive piece of evidence. Anyway, just try your best, Ace Attorney. Yeah, the first time he slaps the desk, it's great. Actually, the first few times he does it, it just sounds like he's slapping something. It's not quite the, it doesn't quite have the oomph that we're so, used to. Got it. Guess I have no choice but to go for it. Hey, Ratchet. It's Ace Attorney. It's an incredible series. Although this is one that never made it to the West. This is a fan translation. But it's good. What we witnessed. Wait, is it going to give me a tutorial or not? Oh, right, we're going through the testimony first. I was at the restaurant chatting with the old man as I ate my beefsteak. This one was boasting of a beautiful treasure enveloped in a golden gleam. I don't think, unless... Oh no, maybe I can. Wait, I maybe can. It's because they didn't light up. Let's see. Oh, I can press. Alright, never mind. I thought I couldn't for some reason. What do you want? Hurry up and speak. I have no idea what to ask. Just ask about anything that caught your interest. Okay. In that case... How was the beefsteak? Oh my god. What kind of dish is this beefsteak? Whoa. It is an exquisite cut of veal grilled to perfection on an iron plate. I see. It is the second most delicious dish in Western cuisine, after cutlets, of course. Right, now I understand. Let's move on to the next question. What is a cutlet? Oh my god. What kind of dish is this cutlets? Sir, whoa. It is also an exquisite cut of veal, but coated in flour and gently fried in oil. After you accept your guilt, repent in jail, and return to society, make that your first meal. I see, that makes sense. Hey, you should probably ask about something more relevant to the case. Yeah, got it. Let me try that again. Alright, one more question. Why does he keep raising his hand? Oh. What is that wah sound I keep hearing? So, we've learned that the sergeant is a big fan of big cutlets. Great work, detective. Who knew that asking questions could be so hard? Oh my god. Right, so there. I mean, just pressing them is just... It's fun for this first part, because, as you can tell, Ryunosuke has no idea what to do. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Why? A Koban? Koban? One of those ancient gold coins. The previous day, that precious relic of the... Is it Hui? Ahoy? Whatever, era came into my possession. Before entering the restaurant, this one concealed it in my breast pocket. This one brought it in hopes of encountering a connoisseur who would see its value. In other words, you were trying to sell this Koban. I assume you offered it to the sergeant who you met at the restaurant. Oh please, it's obvious what you're hinting at. What? You're insinuating that a poor soldier like him could never afford that Koban. Isn't that right? Listen here, boy. You're already being tried for murder. Now you wish to add blasphemy against the Imperial Army to your sins? God, he likes to make a bunch of noise. No, 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 that's not what I meant. Though he doesn't exactly seem rich. Anyway, it was long past time for lunch. The only patron who appeared interested in what this one had to say was this man right here, who was wrestling with a piece of grilled meat. Huh. Okay. So and then the flash of a gunshot. That moment was burned into my eyes. Are you saying that you saw me? Exactly. It was you. It was definitely you. You aimed your pistol at the British gentleman with a sinister grin on your face. What? I did no such thing. I just... If I may interject, there's something I wish to confirm. What is it, youngster? In your testimony just now, it sounds like you turned toward the victim's table after you heard the gunshot. Is there a problem with that? If that's the case, it means you didn't see the culprit pull the trigger at all. And also... I could sense it. Sense what? I could sense the aura of murderous intent you were emitting. And then, just before the pistol went off, I saw you standing right there. Is that even possible? Do you think I could have become a sergeant were I not capable of such a feat? It appears that the sergeant truly believes he caught you red-handed. That's not good. Right, this is where I can press. That black-clad student shot the British man a sudden cowardly shot from behind. And that is where you are wrong. There we go. He was shot from the front. Who would have thunk? I like how we just presented it, but we don't really know what we're doing, so it's just like, here you go. And we make everything awkward. What in the world was that? This photograph came flying at me out of nowhere. It's a contradiction. Yeah. Oh, we need to... I can't wait till we get the first, like, proper table thud, thump, pound, hard work, table pound. Yeah, this must be one of those contradiction things. Oh yeah. Are you in your right mind? What, pray tell, is so contradictory about this photograph? The fact that he said I shot him from the back, but he was shot in the front. And the bullet didn't pass through. You know, it's contradictory. I know what I have to say, but I can't seem to find the words. Let us end this charade, Your Honor. Our Supreme Court has no room for amateur attorneys like you. What a pain. Isugi, bail me out. There we go. Hold your horses. You can't be serious. Do you really need an explanation for something like this? This is the Supreme Court, for goodness sake. Sugi? What did you say? Maybe if you just shut up and take a look at the photograph, you'd notice too. The sergeant's testimony contradicts the evidence. Oh, he's sweating. Huh? Sergeant... crap. Uzukamaru. It could be Uzukamaru, yeah. What is it? During your testimony earlier, you said the following. That black-clad student shot the British man, a sudden cowardly shot from behind. That's right, I swear by my own two eyes. I witnessed the very act. Well, your eyes are lying to you. But that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? Because, you know... Hey Sugi, a little help please. Sure, take another good look at this photograph. The victim, Dr. Watson, died after being shot in the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your testimony, the victim was shot from behind. However, the fact remains that he was shot from the front. Explain yourself. I'm waiting. What the fuck? It is a baby. What the heck was that? Something tried to pop out of his knapsack, but he pushed it back down. Indeed, this is an obvious contradiction. Care to explain, Sergeant Uzukamaru? Yes, it's all coming back to me now. When the gunshot rang out, my eyes... were actually fixed on Laquentos' signature beefsteak. Surely you jest. The sergeant's testimony of just now has made one thing abundantly clear. This witness, Taizu Uzukamaru, soldier of the Empire, did not see the moment in which the defendant supposedly fired the pistol. This is absurd. Come on, surely you understand. Our Supreme Court has no room for amateur prosecutors like you. Ooh. No! No! Yes! Oh, we got him on the ropes. He flipped the mood of the courtroom with just a few words. He's on another level. So this is the power of a defense attorney. But I really did see it. That cowardly student pointed the pistol right at the victim's defenseless back. Even if I did, I didn't fire it. All I did was pick it up off the floor. Old man, perhaps you witnessed something that could shed some light on this. I doubt it. My previous statement still stands. I crept under the table and heard a sharp gunshot shortly thereafter. Crept under the table? What were you doing down there? Searching for a lost item. What did you lose? A Koban. Oh, a precious coin from the Hui era. When this one departed for Laquentos, that invaluable item from my haul of discard was tucked away in my pocket. You brought it along in hopes of selling it to the highest bidder, correct? That day, this one presented the Koban to the carnivorous soldier. It was my last hope, as no other patrons were willing to make a purchase. Thereupon, it vanished, as soon as this one lost focus. The Koban vanished. Believing it to have fallen someplace, this one scoured the floor. That's when the gunshot rang out. A gunshot echoed through the restaurant, right? Indeed. Nevertheless, this one resumed the search for that relic of the Hui era. Every fibre of my being was in a frenzy. By the way, Did you ever find that Koban? I don't know if it's Koban or Koban, but whatever. Alas, this one did not. Interesting. On that day, this one carelessly misplaced that fine Hui Koban. Or perhaps it was stolen by some unscrupulous individual. As you are all aware, time is of the essence in today's proceedings. Our government must report back to the British Empire by this afternoon. But the latest testimony is far from conclusive. No matter how far our government is willing to bow down to the Brits, I cannot allow your honour to pass a verdict just yet. What say you, Prosecutor Ouchie? Of course, he just laughs. Rest assured, Your Honour. I have another witness. These witnesses still have more to testify about. Could you elaborate? Oh, trust me, it will all become clear with the next testimony, Your Honour. Let's just say that there is only one person who could be the murderer. And it is none other than that accursed student, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Looks like you've incurred his wrath. Ugh. Very well, the court shall ask both witnesses to retake the stand. This time, you must establish a firm basis for the defendant's guilt. Understood. This one vows to make every word count. Affirmative. Sergeant Taito Izukumaru reporting for duty once again. Sir? There's someone peeking out from behind you. Everyone, meet the Izukumaru's family's last hope. Ah, Koromaru. Guess he couldn't afford a babysitter. Take a good look, my dear son. Father is about to thwart evil right this instant. Watch closely. Okay. So now his child is there too. Identifying the true culprit. Even if I didn't see the exact moment the bullet was fired, it doesn't change a thing. This one remembers it well. The boy in black indeed took aim at the British gentleman. What's more, there were no other customers in the restaurant besides us. Indeed, the British gentleman had been quietly enjoying his food in solitude. I repeat, no one could have shot him but that wicked boy. End of report. Okay. So now we have 4 statements. That was quite the decisive testimony, I think that said. Wait, that's impossible. Dr. Watson wasn't alone at the time. Restrain yourself, defendant. I'm telling you, there was a young woman sitting there with him. There's absolutely no way you two could have missed her. If you dare call yourself an attorney, then speak in accordance with the law. This is no place to be spewing nonsense. Make no mistake, the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The proof is in this photograph. This is a photograph of the crime scene, I presume. Ah, shit. Yes, Your Honour. This shot of the victim's table was captured by the investigators. As you can see, there is only a single serving of food on the table. True, as far as this photograph is concerned, the victim had no company. It's the only natural conclusion. How can this be? I hereby order that the photograph be submitted to the court as evidence. So, okay. So, crime scene photo, a bottle of sparkling water, and a plate from a steak lunch are on the victim's table. No. What in the world is going on? How could they not have seen her? The waiter corroborated their testimony earlier. He too claimed that Dr. Watson arrived at the restaurant by himself. Well, they're all wrong. I saw her. I swear I did. It seems that our telegram to the British Empire can be delivered on schedule. After all, there were no contradictions of any kind in the latest testimony. How do you know that? As our treaty with Britain is still in its infancy, these are delicate times. I'm honoured to have played a role in advancing friendly relations between our two empires. Oh no. Is this really happening? Is the trial really going to end just like that? Chin up, Naruhodo. It's not over yet. Hey! Huh? If what you say is true, then there's more to this case than meets the eye. So, what are you waiting for? Time for another cross-examination. Asugi. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses, but be quick about it. Know this, these courtroom procedures are merely delaying the inevitable. Okay. So, identifying the true culprit. They only have false statements. Even if I didn't see the exact moment the bullet was fired, it doesn't change a thing. No. It's not the same thing. After all, I didn't shoot him. That's the difference in perspective between a student and a soldier. I don't know about that. Defendant, consider the following. Just now, I blinked my eyes. Okay. Did you witness the moment it happened? No, of course not. And yet, the truth remains that I did indeed blink. And that's how it is. That's how what is. Regardless, right after the gunshot pierced my eardrums, I saw you turn your pistol towards the British gentleman. That alone tells the full story, don't you think? In addition, our antiques dealing witness saw the very same thing. Isn't that right, good sir? This one remembers it well. Oh, right. Instead of him having 3 dots, it could have just faded to black and then moved on to his statement. This one remembers it well. The boy in black indeed took aim at the British gentleman. Are we actually wearing black? I thought it was more so brown. But, alright. It's true that I was holding a gun in that instance, but I just picked it up from the floor, I swear. That's exactly what a criminal would say. After finishing my coffee, I was about to leave the restaurant. But I saw a gun lying on the floor next to Dr. Watson, so I went to grab it. Next thing I knew... Bang! Yeah, it fired as he picked up the gun. A gunshot rang out through the restaurant. Life never goes according to plan. Huh? What do you mean by that? You find yourself in this quagmire because you found a misplaced firearm. Oh, it's the knife. This one, on the other hand, was unable to find a misplaced Coben and is now trapped in a quagmire of my own. Not quite sure they relate, but sure. Regardless, one cannot deny what this one witnessed. You were standing over the British gentleman with a gun in hand. What's more, there were no other customers in the restaurant besides us. I'm telling you, there was a woman dining with Dr. Watson. Oh my god. Still repeating the same old nonsense, I see. According to our witnesses, this woman exists only in your imagination. If only there were more witnesses who could back me up. The incident took place after 2 PM, during the gap between lunch and dinner. That explains why there weren't more potential witnesses around. Yes, 2 in the afternoon is certainly an unorthodox time to be having a meal. Perhaps the victim had a reason to be dining at La Cuentos at that particular time. Ah yes, about that. It seems he had a reason indeed, Your Honor. Huh? Oh my god, really? Oh, that's great. It's the Hottek Clinic, as opposed to the Hottie Clinic. That's incredible. This was found in the victim's breast pocket. What exactly might that be? Or might this be? It looks to be a medical report, Your Honor. The victim paid a visit to the doctor before going to the restaurant. Hottek Clinic. Even the date and time are listed here. 19th of November from approximately noon to 1 in the afternoon. Right before the time of the incident. Clearly, the victim went out for a late lunch after his examination. I found it unnecessary to report this, as it has no bearing on the case at hand. What do you make of this, Naruhodo? Me? Well, I didn't think it was that important, either. There's always a chance we'll find some use for this evidence later. Should I request a copy of Dr. Watson's medical report? Yeah. Of course. That's actually what you need to do. I'm pretty sure even if you're a friend, it would probably request it. May we have the medical report as evidence? What for? Evidence. Thanks to the decisive testimony we just heard, there is no need for further evidence. Besides, what the victim did prior to the incident is of no relevance to the court. Thank you, Asugi. Sorry to disappoint, but we'll be the judge of that. Excuse me? Lest you forget, you have no right to deny a legitimate request made by the defense. Very well. The court approves the defense's request. You youngsters and your rights, I fear for the future of our empire. The court orders you to submit the victim's medical record as evidence. Medical report. So, examination record from Hottek Clinic, found in the victim's pocket. What is it for? Right now we are in desperate need of a new lead. Though this may seem irrelevant at first glance, don't underestimate its potential. Yeah, got it. Soon you will realize how futile it is to prolong this trial. I, for one, believe that the testimony has painted a sufficiently clear picture. What say you, antique dealer? Okay, he'd been doing that. I kind of want to check the court record to see what the thing is, but still. I'd been quietly enjoying his food in solitude. Is that what you really saw? Oh, is that really what you saw? Dr. Watson eating at his table alone? Unfortunately for you, that is indeed what this one saw. The old man, the soldier, and the waiter have all testified as such. And if that wasn't enough, there is also evidence that attests to that fact. As you can see, there is but a single serving of beefsteak on the table, enough for only one person. No. The antique store owner, the Imperial Army sergeant, and the waiter. It's possible that they're all liars. For what reason would they have to lie? Frankly, Asugi, I don't have a clue. I repeat, no one could have shot him but that wicked boy. End of report. So why wouldn't you just tell the truth? What did you just say? At the time, there was a woman sitting opposite Dr. Watson. I could understand if just one of you overlooked her presence. But there's no way both of you missed her. Something's not right. Yeah, and then they both look away, so they know. Unfortunately, it's not just the two of them. The waiter said the exact same thing. He too claimed that the victim was alone. That's right. In other words, you were the only one who insists on the existence of this phantom woman. But if there was indeed a woman present, you'll just have to prove it. If you cannot, then I never want to hear about her again. You're simply wasting our time right now. I don't know how to respond to that. Great job, Naruhodo. That's one new piece of information in the bag. Yeah, but I don't think we've made any real progress. I still can't find a decent contradiction. You sure about that? Here, show me that medical report you just got. Oh, you mean this? We went through all that trouble to get our hands on this. It'd be wise to examine it more closely. Okay, how exactly do I do that? Tutorial time! In the evidence menu, there's an option to check the details. Touch that and you'll be able to closely inspect the evidence. You can then use your finger to rotate the evidence. That way you can view it from multiple angles. Furthermore, by touching any point of the screen, you can maneuver the cursor to help see if there are any clues. When the cursor reacts, go ahead and touch Examine. Alright, Naruhodo. Let's see what we can glean from this new medical report. You got it. Let's do this. Rotate the evidence and use the cursor, huh? I'll try investigating anything that stands out. Oh, there. Oh, it opens up. Okay. So what are these? These appear to be his doctor's notes. There's an entry written here from the day the incident occurred. Prepared anesthesia tooth extraction. Extraction? That's when they pull the tooth out, right? Before the incident, it appears Dr. Watson was suffering from a toothache. The dentists in Europe use laughing gas these days. I wonder if they used that. I've read about it. They say it makes you go numb. Supposedly, it makes it so you won't feel pain, but I find that hard to believe. There are some precautionary notes written by the doctor. Due to residual anesthesia, consumption of anything but water is strictly prohibited for 3 hours after treatment. What? It might help us to keep this information in mind. There it is! Dental examination record. On the day of the incident, the victim had a tooth pulled and was forbidden to consume anything other than water. With the new information we have now, the meaning of that testimony has completely changed. You're onto something, aren't you? Let's listen to the testimony one more time. Alright. Okay, so I can do it probably where he says alone. Not that one. Yeah, saying he was dining alone, which is not true. Enjoying his food in solitude. Bullshit. Oops, do I do that? Sir? So, in other words... What's wrong, attorney? Can't got your tongue? I'm a defendant first, attorney second. Naruhodo. Getting tongue-tied is no big deal. Happens to the best of us. Isugi? Your cross-examination earlier was indicative of one important fact. Whenever you raise that hand of yours, there's something on your mind that you're dying to let out. So don't worry about finding the right words, just speak your mind. Got it. I'll take your advice to heart. Oh god. Witness, here is the victim's medical report. Ho-ho! And what of it, young one? According to what's written here, I have good reason to believe... Ah, still not quite there. There's something off about your testimony. Oh dear. Did you forget what I told you? What did you tell me? Amateurs like you should know when to keep your mouth shut. Pipe down. Huh? Here are the facts. The victim was murdered at the restaurant sometime after 2 PM. Whatever he might have done before then is irrelevant to the case. Not true. That's not... Naruhodo, don't worry about finding the right words. Just speak your mind. Your Honor, at this point, there is no need for further deliberation. After all, the previous testimony has made everything perfectly clear. The medical report is irrelevant to the case at hand. As for why, it is because this little university student is the... Ooh! Oh, I don't get... There's no chat log, I've just realised. You're saying this piece of evidence isn't relevant at all? Or medical report? I'm pretty sure that's what you said. Is that really what you think? What's with the sudden shift in tone? Don't scare me like that. Unless it's up here. Backlog. Okay, it is. That's a really weird place to put it. Do-do-do-do-do. The medical report is irrelevant to the case at hand. As for why... There we go. It is because this little university student is the only possible culprit. There we go. So backlog is located up here. Strange place. Anyway, don't think too hard about it. It's common sense. Even if the Hotter Clinic is, in fact, a dental clinic... Dental clinic? That doesn't change a thing. Even if, at that dental clinic, the victim had undergone a tooth extraction... What? Moreover, the victim was prohibited from consuming solid food after the operation. Hold on, boy. What are you getting at? Prohibited from consuming solid food? What in the world? It's all been noted in the fine print. Any consumption of solid food is strictly prohibited for 3 hours after treatment. No, that can't be. Sir? What is it? Now you've heard the truth. At the time of the incident, shortly after 2 PM, the victim was unable to eat a thing. This is an outrage. In addition... Why are you staring at me? You claimed several times that the victim was enjoying his meal alone. Oh, there it is. However, that claim doesn't hold up. Oh. Because the victim had just undergone a tooth extraction and could not eat solid food. Hey, there's a title screen. Music. Oh dear. Well said, partner. Yes. What are you getting at, brat? I don't know. Your argument is meaningless. Take a close look at this photograph. Clearly, there is a serving of beefsteak on the victim's table. Yeah, clearly it's not the doctor's, fool. That just proves our point. Haven't you realised? That in itself is the contradiction. What did you say? Right now, the situation has been completely turned on its head. Isn't that right, Naruhodo? Huh? Oh, of course. The victim could not consume any solid food because he had just had a tooth extracted. If that was the case, another question arises. Who exactly, then, was eating this beefsteak? The court demands an explanation. Understood, defense? Oh, you mean me? Listen up. The real fight begins once you give the judge your answer. Show me what you can do. Time for a great turnabout. Hey! Yes, sir. The only person who could have been eating this beefsteak is the two witnesses. Me, the victim, someone else. Of course, it must have been the person who was dining with the victim. Don't make me waste my breath. No such person exists. Don't make me waste mine. She most certainly does. At the time of the incident, the victim was in no condition to be eating solid food. And yet, a beefsteak lay half-eaten on his table. Therefore, someone else must have been present. That's the only explanation. So long as this obvious contradiction remains, we can't trust the previous testimony. And if you keep trying to rig this trial in your favour, I will cut you. Oh, I will report you to the Ministry of Justice. Mark my words. Asugi, you little... Do you really think you can take on the judicial system of the Japanese Empire? You are not my opponent today. What? My opponents are the two witnesses here. How dare you? What do you mean by that? As the evidence clearly shows, the victim was not alone. Or are you purposely trying to hide the truth? I sincerely hope you're prepared to be charged with perjury. Perjury? Not to mention, this is a murder trial. Being found guilty of perjury would imply that you are an accomplice, or you are accomplices to the murder. Murder? But no! Haha! Yes! Taught them a lesson or two! Hold it. Oh, him. Preposterous. I was not aware of such a thing. Yeah, I'll bet. I simply testified as what I was ordered to. Indeed, that is the truth. Oh. We were ordered to testify that the young lady was never at the crime scene. Oops. Freudian slip. Oh. What was that? Witness, could you repeat that? Oh, well, you see... You were ordered to say that. Now, hold on. That was, You were ordered to testify that a young lady was never at the crime scene. Let me guess. This lady... She's a foreigner, I take it. Oh. What is the meaning of this? Did these witnesses commit perjury? You two, answer me at once. It was just a slip of the tongue. Ah dear. That guy on the left is so tiny. Order, order, order. Someone, please explain what's going on here. I knew it. You ordered these witnesses to lie under oath. The prosecution was not aware of this either. Then, who gave the order? That's... oh god. This one's lips are sealed. So you don't care to you don't care if you're indicted as an accessory to murder? This is preposterous. Naruhodo, it appears that these two witnesses have been silenced by someone with influence far beyond their own. Moreover, the good prosecutor had absolutely no knowledge of this. Seriously? But who can exert that kind of influence? The government? The military? It could even be the police. Well, Naruhodo, do you have any idea who may have ordered them to stay silent? If you can identify a culprit, we can demand them to appear in court. I need to identify the one who ordered both witnesses to hide the truth. Obviously, we need to find some evidence first. Evidence that shows the influence of a powerful third party. Evidence? There's no way we could have. Oh, but there is. Hold on, Naruhodo. Remember what happened earlier? Huh? Flashback! Earlier, we examined this piece of evidence and found a new lead, didn't we? Yeah, that's right. There's more where that came from. We might be able to uncover another hidden clue by examining the other pieces. There's no time to waste. Well, if either of you have fabricated your testimony, I shall declare you guilty of perjury. Please wait just a moment, Your Honor. I, Ouchie, swear to the heaven and earth that I had no part in this. I swear. Then defendant? No, attorney. What is going through your mind? Sir. Ugh, I can't do this. There's no time to gather my thoughts. I'll just have to close my eyes and blurt out the first name that comes to mind. Aside from the prosecutor, I believe this person was influential enough to pressure them. Oh. Wait, really? I mean, I know it's him. But I could have sworn I don't have the thing then. Pretty sure I don't. Although we do know that the table sketch, it does have something on the other side of it. Screw it, we'll just go with this. Might the name of this person be Satoru Hosonaga? Hosonaga? The waiter? Balderdash. Why would a mere waiter need to silence these witnesses? Moreover, there's no way he has that level of influence. You're not wrong, but what if this man wasn't really a waiter? Pardon me? Where are you going with this? Go on, Naruhodo. Now's your chance to strike him down. Can I examine that before I actually do anything? Details. Oh, I can. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Imperial Police. Whee! I'm trying to get it so it flips around. Oh, there we go. Satoru Hosonaga. First Squadron Investigation Leader Detective. This is rather odd. What's wrong, Asugi? The name of the witness is written down here. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, obviously, it is a business card after all. The name is not the problem. It's the title. The title? Oh! Imperial Police Division 1 Investigation Lead Detective, Satoru Hosonaga. Detective? What in the world is going on? I have no idea. If he has the authority of a police officer, he may be capable of coercion. There we go. I didn't realise I could examine that whenever I wanted to. Oh. On the back is a sketch of the scene. On the front, Hosonaga's identity as an investigator is shown. Right, so I was probably supposed to examine that before I present it, but even still. Go on, Naruhodo. Now's your chance to strike him down. The evidence that points towards Satoru Hosonaga's true identity is business card. Is that sketch of the crime scene drawn by the waiter? It's that sketch of the crime scene drawn by the waiter. Why, he certainly is a resourceful head waiter. No, Your Honor. That's just the back of the card. What you ought to be paying attention to is the back of the back. Also known as the front. Huh? Oh, sorry. That would be the front, I guess. Yeah, that's it. In other words, please take a look at the front of the back, Your Honor. Oh, dear. Could someone reiterate that for me? Allow me. Satoru Hosonaga drew this sketch on the back of his business card. And, needless to say, business cards display the identity of their owner. The identity of their owner? Ooh, ooh. I see Your Honor has figured it out. Imperial Police Division 1 Investigation Lead Detective Satoru Hosonaga. What in blazes? That waiter is actually a detective of the Imperial Police? I actually was not told about this. The Imperial Police holds absolute, nay, overwhelming authority over the citizenry. Witnesses? Were you ordered to fabricate your testimonies by this so-called waiter? Were you told to hide the fact that you witnessed the presence of a young lady that day? Well... just say yes, we know it's true. Hold it. Oh, is this gonna be the waiter? Yep. What's with music? Detective Hosonaga. To be honest, I saw this coming. I knew it since the moment I was asked to hand over that sketch. Yeah, that's why you acted so odd. It's like, uh-oh. I request that you present that sketch to the court as evidence for the trial. Oh, well... is something wrong? Go on, hand it over. Ah, certainly. As you wish. Come to think of it... He did seem a bit hesitant to hand over his card. If you must investigate, do it to the utmost perfection. That is my motto. Yet here I am, having been exposed due to my own blunder. One utter failure on my part. Then you really are a detective. But why would a detective of the Imperial Police be employed at a Western restaurant? Oh, maybe a detective's salary is too low. What was that? Maybe a detective's salary is too low for him. I was conducting an undercover investigation. An undercover investigation? Why? Recently there has been a string of incidents at that particular restaurant. In order to investigate, I took on the role of a waiter and infiltrated the establishment. A string of incidents? What kind exactly? I cannot say. Oh. I cannot disclose any details regarding the investigation. I can only say that it is unrelated to the murder case at hand. Very well then, Detective Hosonaga. Allow me to confirm one thing. And what would that be, Your Honor? Earlier, these witnesses let slip a crucial new piece of information. During the incident, it seems that there was a guest at the victim's table. If that is indeed the truth, then as their waiter, you were aware of that. And yeah, not only have you avoided testifying to that fact, you've even used your authority to prevent these witnesses from speaking out. Do you deny any of this? No. I do not. What? We were right. Bang. Wait, what? Oh, it's going through what happened. I ran out of the kitchen as soon as I heard that gunshot. What I saw then was the lifeless victim with the university student towering over him, firearm in hand, and also another individual sitting across the table, a British woman, I believe. Oh, so it is because she's a foreigner. We were right again. I quickly had the restaurant blockaded as I reported the incident to headquarters. It was then that I received a set of special orders from my superiors. Special orders? You mean release the British woman from the scene of the crime immediately? Huh. I was also to conceal anything that implied she was ever there. Those were the absolute irrefutable commands issued to me. But if that British woman was the true culprit, it would be in your best interest not to finish that statement. Maintaining good relations with the British Empire is one of our nation's top priorities. A British man was murdered, and now you wish to convict a British woman of that crime. Unless your case is watertight, we cannot afford to take that risk. I see. That's the reason behind the disappearance of our phantom woman. That's insane. Ah. Holy crap. Dot 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 dot. Is this trial longer than I thought? I think it might be. I just remembered something. Asugi? Imperial Yume University accepts exchange students from the British Empire. And currently there is one such student in our Department of Medical Research. A young female student, no less. Seriously? You truly are a gifted student attorney. I can see why you were chosen to study abroad as our Empire's representative. Then that means, after escorting the lady away from the crime scene, I looked into her identity for the sake of being thorough. In that case, you would do well to state her name to the court. The name of the British lady who dined with the doctor is Miss Giselle Brett. She is an exchange student at Imperial Yume and a member of the victim's research lab. What? What? Oh! I was ordered by my superiors to erase her presence from the scene. As such, I coerced these men into concealing the truth. This I do not deny. I leave the rest in your honor's capable hands. Oh dear. Very well. The court will now state its opinion on the matter. So far, this trial has proceeded under one major assumption. That the victim was sitting alone at the time of the incident. This we now know is false. However, that assumption has now been discredited. In light of this development, the court believes it is still too early to hand down a verdict. Your Honour, but that means we would delay the verdict and on telegram to the British Empire until later this afternoon. Our government won't be happy about that. Restrain yourself, Prosecutor Ouchi. The trials of the Supreme Court are not to be swayed by political influence. Detective Hosonaga. Yes? Please issue a summons for Miss Giselle Brett. As Your Honour commands. Detective, doing so would mean defying the special orders you were given. I believe I made this clear earlier. If you must investigate, do it to the utmost perfection. That is my motto. Detective, won't your livelihood be at risk? Bring it on, I say. Let us adjourn this trial for a short recess. I hereby order that the exchange student, Miss Giselle Brett, be summoned to this court. Is that understood? Yes, Your Honour. Sir! Very good. The court will now take a 30-minute recess. Hot damn. To be continued. Shit, I don't know if I can do this all in one session. Maybe. Do. No, there's 3 parts to this trial, which I didn't realise. But we'll see. I might be fine. Oh dear. Well done, Naruhodo. That was fantastic. Ugh, I feel like I'm dying. I can hardly believe it. I mean, just look at you. Drenched in sweat, knees trembling, eyes darting, teeth chattering. But even in that sorry state, you still managed to grasp the truth. You're more suited to this line of work than I thought. Oh, stop it, or I'll really die of embarrassment. In any case, we finally dragged that phantom woman to the stand. Miss Giselle Brett, an exchange student from the British Empire, huh? See, I told you there was someone else there. Dr. Watson wasn't alone at the time of the incident. There was a young woman sitting across from him. True, you did say that. At the very least, I do have confidence in my powers of observation, you know? Yeah. By the way, speaking of that lady, I know that the good detective helped her vanish from the crime scene. But did you really not catch any of that while it was happening? No, I can't say I did. Right as I was about to leave the restaurant, I saw that pistol by the doctor's table. It was just lying there, begging to be picked up. The next thing I knew... Before I could figure out where the gunshot had come from, that waiter suddenly charged at me like a madman. Then he shoved me into the kitchen pantry. It sounds like a brilliant arrest, just what I'd expect from a trained detective. As for what happened at the crime scene afterwards... well, I have absolutely no idea. Hello again. Excellent work out there, you two. Oh. We'll go to bar. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. It appears my hunch was correct. The two of you make a fine team. In fact, you're faring even better than I expected. I knew it. This was all a part of your scheme, wasn't it, Professor? You plotted to remove me from his defense. This country is still young, its legal system even younger. As such, it is particularly valuable for our nation to have our brightest youth scouring the globe. I intervened only to prevent the possibility that your trip to study abroad could be revoked. And yet, Professor, if I turn out to be a pathetic man who can't even save his best friend, then I will withdraw from the exchange program myself. Huh? You can't do that. Oh, but he can. I thought you might say something like that. Asugi? That means everything rests on your shoulders then. Huh? Mine, sir? Prove your own innocence and expose the truth behind this murder. I would love to learn what really happened. After all, I can't say that I'm completely unaffected by this incident. To think of it, Professor Mikotoba mentioned that earlier, didn't he? Professor? Could it be that you were acquainted with the victim? Why, yes, I was. The one who formally invited the late John H. Watson to teach here as a professor was me. Was none other than myself. Of course. Huh? Are you serious? This is my first time hearing about this too. Whatever the case may be, you both have your work cut out for you. The murder victim was a professor from Britain, whose name holds great sway. Thus our government hopes to convict someone as swiftly as possible. What's more, the opponent we're about to face is someone the Imperial Police tried to cover up, a British student, and a lady at that. Yep. I suspect the prosecution will unleash all manner of underhanded tactics against you. But I know you two are prepared to fight until the bitter end. Hang in there. Yes, sir. Ah, that reminds me. I would like for you to return to the university immediately. We may have some use for you over there. Understood. Kazuma, I wish you the best. As she fades into oblivion. Defendant, recess is ending. Head back to the courtroom at once. It's time. I'm counting on you again, partner. Let's cut the nonsensical ramblings of these old men to pieces. Hey, Asugi? Yes? Thanks. I mean it. Come on, no need to be so courteous. Seriously, if you hadn't put your faith in me, I'd have been declared guilty a long time ago. I have faith in you, not only as a man, but also as both an attorney and a friend. Hey! Asugi. If I'm declared guilty in this trial, Asugi really will give up his trip abroad. That's just the sort of guy he is. I'm not the only one whose fate is at stake in this battle. No matter who the opponent is, I can't afford to lose. I guess you're right. I'll save my gratitude for after the trial. Get ready to treat me to the usual beef hot pot at the cafeteria when this is over. You got it. I'll even get you an extra large serving. Nice. Alright, back in court we go. Okay, there's nobody here. I was about to say, is the judge even there? I couldn't see him. The court will now resume the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, how goes the search for our new key witness? Good, Your Honor. She has responded to the summons. Thanks to a certain little brat, our government was scrambling to complete the task. Sorry about that. Responding in a timely manner is their job, not ours. I fail to see the problem. This uproar has surely scoured our relationship with the British Empire. Soured, not scoured. You've jeopardized not only the treaty, but also our nation's future. I'm so sorry. A treaty formed with an easily agitated empire isn't worth the paper it's written on. I repeat, I fail to see the problem. I beg your pardon? A secret trial to appease a foreign government, a sloppy investigation, a hidden witness. Where has our nation's sense of justice gone? To which empire does this court belong? Silence, know your place, student. You children know nothing of the precarious position our nation is in. For us to one day stand among the powers, profound political strategy is needed. Our path forward shall be paved by diplomacy. While I may be an average student who knows little to nothing about politics, I can feel the truth of Asugi's words just by standing here, in this court. An empire with no justice also has no future. That's what I believe. Well said, Naruhodo. Shifty eyes and all. Damn you. Very well then. As our empire's highest bastion of law, the Supreme Court exists for the sake of justice. Let us resume the trial. The court calls the next witness to the stand. Bring in the exchange student from the British Empire, Miss Jezzael Brett. Yes. Yes, Your Honour. Just headbutted the desk. Why'd you do that? A swan? Oh, okay. Has she got a tail or is that a dress? The fuck? Oh god, of course. Oh, greetings, greetings. You must have enjoyed quite the journey. Welcome to Japan. Quick, someone fetch the tea. A proper British greeting begins and ends with black tea. Is that true? Don't know, don't care. Now then, witness, would you please grace us with your name and occupation? Yes, sir. My name is Satoru Huzanaga. I'm currently working undercover as a waiter at La Quintos. I wasn't talking to you. Ladies first. A proper British greeting always begins and ends with the lady. Is that true? Don't know. Still don't care. More importantly, do you remember what you said earlier? One thing I do have to have confidence in is my own observational skills, was it? Oh, right. I might have said that. Yeah, all you could describe her as was a young lady. Sure, you're not actually blind as a bat, Naruhodo? I have no rebuttal. There we go, she kinda stands out. Anyway, let us start over. Witness, your name and occupation, if you please. Oh! I forgot this game does this, and it's really well done. Yeah, because while the text is in English, I'm pretty sure they're speaking Japanese, so she's speaking English. Or something like that. I can't quite remember. Oh. Milady? Pardon my rudeness, but... Come again? Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to read that anyway. I think it's quite literally just scribbles. She says her name is Jezzael Brett. She hails from London. At present, she is a research exchange student in Imperial Yume's medical program. Ooh, your English is so pleasing to hear, so pleasing to the ear, milady. Oh my god. Even though I understood not a word, I am entranced by the beauty of your voice. From what I can hear, we can trust the detective to interpret her testimony accurately. Yeah, I agree. Looks like all that prep work you did to study abroad in Britain won't go to waste. As for you, Naruhodo, it seems your time in the English department isn't just for show. Now then, esteemed witness. Apologies for the inconvenience, but we would like for you to testify. 3 days ago, at the scene of the terrifying murder at La Cuentos, or in La Cuentos, you were sharing a table with the late Dr. Watson. Watson. I don't know why the hell I stumbled on that. Is that correct? You could have just nodded. Yes. She says yes. Oh my god. This is going to get annoying fast. This exchange student doesn't even speak our tongue? She says she had to vacate the scene due to an emergency. She deeply apologizes. She had to return to the university for an important research symposium. Some cheek you have for someone who personally let her escape. I was simply following the special orders issued to me by police headquarters. Do excuse me, my lady. Could you take a look at this photograph? When the incident occurred, you were unfortunately at the scene of the crime. Does that mean you bore witness to the crime with those beautiful eyes of yours? Holy crap. She says it was a most sad and terrifying spectacle to behold. So she did see it after all. Yes, Your Honor. It seems that she indeed witnessed the crime unfold. The defendant over there. He's the one who shot the victim. That is her testimony of the moment of the crime. Yeah, of course. Okay, it's her dress. No, it isn't. That looks like a tail. Oh, I'm confused. Order, order. Order in the court. There you have it, Your Honor. This is an incriminating testimony. Now I get it. That woman is our true opponent. Oh yeah. As much as it pains me to say this, witness, please give us your testimony. Describe to us this sad and terrifying spectacle. Okay. That sad and terrifying spectacle. That day I had joined Dr. Watson for a rather late lunch. The doctor was unable to eat, so I ordered a beefsteak for myself. The accused came over to greet the doctor, but they quickly began to argue. Jeez. Then, before my very eyes, the student took the doctor's pistol and shot him. I was not carrying a firearm, so it is impossible for me to have committed the crime. Wait, was that only 3? 3 statements? Really? Hi. What was that? Ba 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 ba. Oh god. That does sound like a decisive testimony. I swear I never argued with the doctor. Quit your yammering. The word of a black-hearted villain or the word of a pure-hearted lady? Which do you think we'd trust? Even a scoundrel like you should know. Naruhodo, haven't you learned your lesson? Nothing's going to change if you keep raising your hand without thinking. Ugh, I'm just so frustrated. Shortly thereafter, I arrived on the scene. When I relayed the testimonies of this lady... Oh, and the 2 previous witnesses to headquarters. It was concluded that she had no relation to the incident, thus she was sent home. Now, if only those testimonies were legitimate. In any case, this lady is wearing the same outfit she wore on the day of the incident. Ew, gross. As you can see, there is no place in which she could have concealed a pistol. I think you could hide a single pistol just about anywhere, though. The hat? Unless you can indicate this hiding place to us. What you're spouting is mere conjecture. This dress has no pockets, there is nowhere to hide a pistol. The hat? That is what she says. Ugh, I'd like to turn that woman upside down and give her a good shake. Just to check. You better not be thinking of getting violent, Naruhodo. Come on, I didn't fire the gun I found, so there must have been another one. Exactly. That lady must have concealed it, somehow. At least, that's what we need to prove. And to do that, we have to destroy her testimony, no matter what. Oh, she smirked. What a bitch! Very well. Defense, the court orders you to begin your cross-examination. Understood. Yes, Your Honor. Let's do it. Every time that pops up now, it makes me think of Pokemon. It's like we're about to just enter a fight. Trainer Ouchie wants to do battle. That day, I joined Dr. Watson for a rather late lunch. $2 p.m? A late lunch indeed. Late lunches are the latest trend in the British Empire. Isn't that so, milady? Can you just tell him to shut up already? No. That sounded like a no. A sharp one at that. This lady appears to be a guest at the Medical Research Laboratory. Hence, she would often go out to lunch with Dr. Watson. But on that day, the victim had a doctor's appointment. I think there's a note about that somewhere in the court record. Why are we having flashbacks about that? We know. We established that, like, I don't know, 40 minutes ago. He certainly did. It was almost 2 p.m. by the time his treatment was complete. I see. That makes sense. Truly a perfect memory from a perfect lady. Oh my god. The witnesses then gathered at the restaurant. What happened next? Oh, the witness then gathered at... whatever. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered a beefsteak for myself. Hi! Unable to eat. You're referring to the professor's visit to the Hotter Clinic. Right. That is correct. You didn't even ask her first. It's fairly obvious. Incidentally, was the lady aware of that visit? Visit? I'm saying things so weirdly. Yeah, she heard about the tooth extraction the day of. That means... you were the one who ate the beefsteak, after all. That is correct. This photograph reveals how the scene looked at the time, sad and terrifying. At the time, huh? Indeed, what a tragedy. To have ventured out to this far eastern island, only to be embroiled in a murder case. I, Ouchie, shall become a vengeful god and sink my fist into the criminal's face. I take it the late Dr. Watson didn't ingest anything then. Well, water. Yes, with the exception of carbonated water. Carbonated water. Although he could not eat, he could at least have a drink. So the two of us made a toast, she says. A toast with carbonated drinks. Huh. So, what do you think of that testimony? I mean, carbonated was highlighted, so... important. Yeah, give that a little slap. I believe there's a deeper meaning to the lady's testimony. Oh, fascinating. What meaning would that be, pray tell? When the time is ripe, the meaning shall reveal itself. The defense requests that the witness's last statement be added to her testimony. A clever save. Now then, my lady. Would you please add that statement to your testimony for us? Gladly, she says. Nice, Isugi. I'll remember those words. Which words? When the time is ripe. What a convenient phrase. Could you take this a little more seriously, Naruhodo? We're having fun! The professor and I made a toast using carbonated water in wine glasses. They both drank the carbonated water, right? Correct. As their waiter, I distinctly remember pouring 2 glasses. Even though you're actually a detective. All the while, Miss Brett was eating a beefsteak. I heard that the Japanese didn't eat beef until the country opened its borders. Yeah, that's true. What a desolate country this must have been. Says the citizen of a country who doesn't even serve sashimi. Each country has its own specialties. You ought to be open to new flavours. Also true, come to think of it. I was more surprised by the taste of carbonated water than by the taste of beef. Carbonated water has no taste, it's just not very nice. It's like you're just drinking fizz. Now back to the topic of Miss Exchange Student's testimony. The only carbonated water I could drink is if it's flavoured. I can't help but feel like something's off. Naruhodo? Do not let even the tiniest detail elude you. What is with his face? He looks dumbfounded. Anything, no matter how small, could lead to a breakthrough. Or even a great turnabout. Got it, thanks for the tip, Asugi. This should just be called the Great Turnabout Attorney. The accused came over and greeted the professor, but they quickly began to argue. Okay. Right. I wasn't trying to pick a fight or an argument. I recognised Dr. Watson, so I went over to say hi, that's all. I understand your frustration, but there is little I can do about it. Oh no, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the lady next to you. For starters, what were the doctor and I supposedly arguing about? That may be difficult to answer. Why? Miss Brett doesn't seem to understand Japanese. Oh, of course, of course. Japanese is a worthless language anyway. English is the future, as they say. So, the prosecution believes that English will be celebrated for generations to come. That lady may look calm, but I know she's telling a bold-faced lie. I have to find an opening, no matter how small. Anyway, it appears that the accused returned to his own table after that quarrel. As I recall, you said as much yourself. Hmm? Yeah, I still had some coffee left over. Right, but once you finish your coffee... Once I finished my coffee, I got ready to leave the restaurant. There's that smirk again. Bitch. Right before my eyes... Okay. Carbonated water in wine glasses. That doesn't help. Wait a minute, were there 2 glasses? No, there wasn't, there was 1. Oh, I see. That's where the fucking thing is. What the hell did I... Oh, I hit start. Whoops. Ah, my frame rate. Crap. Is it back to normal now? There we go. Jeez. Yeah, there's only the 1 wine glass. I'm stupid. A bottle of sparkling water and a plate from a steak lunch are on the victim's table. Yeah, oh my god. I didn't even realise there's only 1 glass. Jeez. My bad. That's it. I'd like to confirm something about this photograph. The lady herself just told us that the spectacle shown in this photograph was exactly how the scene looked at the time. That is correct. So what happened to the second glass? Except that's, you know, strange. Really strange. The only strange thing here is your inability to properly slam that desk. Yeah, that I agree with. What is so strange about this photograph? There's only 1 glass. I'm referring to the toast they made. The toast? The lady said she made a toast with carbonated water in wine glasses. But if that were the case, the table should have 2 glasses on it. Oh! You're right. There is only a single wine glass. No matter how you look at it, that's just a trivial matter. How could a single wine glass have any impact on the case? Trivial, you say? Even if it was the police that hid a glass to deflect suspicion from the lady? What rubbish. I would never perform such a foolish act. Then shouldn't there be 2 wine glasses? I mean, think about it. They made a toast. Yes, I suppose you have a point. While posing as a waiter, I brought 2 wine glasses to their table. But... oh... Detective, what did she just say? Evidently, the one who removed a wine glass was none other than Miss Giselle Brett herself. What? I was so profoundly shaken by the events that had transpired before my eyes, that I concealed the fact I was there, against my better judgment. Why? Sorry. Wow. See? It was a trivial matter after all. Excuse me? Lest we forget, her fellow countryman was murdered before her very eyes. You cannot blame her for hiding 1 or 2 wine glasses under such duress. That's absurd. Or perhaps you dare condemn this frail foreign beauty's sense of playfulness. What? Oh please, you can't just dismiss something like this as mere playfulness. It's theft. By the way, how exactly did she hide the wine glass? Like a handbag or some shit. She said she placed it into the small handbag she was carrying. What a shock. That's not surprising. Every woman has a handbag. Her handbag? A fashionable pouch in which ladies of the British Empire store personal items. With this, we've established that the lady took the wine glass from the scene. We've also established that she had someplace she could have concealed a pistol. However, said wine glass is irrelevant to the case at hand. This evil student is merely grasping at straws. I think we're making some good headway. The court has no need for any more of his misleading accusations. Indeed, now that we know why the lady took the wine glass, we must all agree that it has no bearing on the case at hand. Wrong. Understood, attorney? Huh? But... I wonder. At this rate, if we wish to press this issue any further, we must first prove why it is worthy of discussion. Yeah. Miss Brett whisked the glass away in her handbag, so the crucial question here is... call attention to the handbag. Hold on a minute, she put the wine glass in her handbag. Indeed, nothing strange about that. Yeah, there is. It was something she could have concealed shit in. How are you all so thick? Every lady in the British Empire owns a handbag, you know? That I believe. As I recall, Miss Brett made a certain claim earlier. She had nowhere... there we go. This dress has no pockets. There's no place for me to hide a pistol. Aha! However, we now know she had a handbag. Wasn't it possible for her to hide a pistol in that handbag? Oh. Way to go, partner. I knew you'd notice that contradiction. What do you mean by that, you dirty little... It's simple. The defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, picked up a fallen pistol, then heard a gunshot. Since he did not pull the trigger of the pistol in his hand, there must have been another one. So what did she do? Just pull it out, shoot him, put it back in the handbag? I guess so. Another gun that was... Oh, another gun that was the true murder weapon. You can't mean... Detective. Yes? Did you investigate the contents of Miss Brett's handbag? Nope. No. I did not inspect it. I knew it. In other words, the other gun, the true murder weapon, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. What? What did you say? Order. Order. Order in the court. I've also just noticed that the layout of these is actually the opposite as it has been in all the other games. Yeah. The prosecutor's on the left-hand side, and the... Wait. Oh no, it's always that way. Never mind. I think it's just the way they're shaped. So like, I don't know how to explain it. Are they always? Left-hand side... No, on Spirit of Justice, it was the left-hand side was the ace attorney, was the defense attorney, and the right-hand side was the prosecutors. I'm pretty sure it's always been the left-hand side was the defense attorneys, and the right side was the prosecutor. Yeah, it was. Almost certain. I didn't even read that. I wasn't paying attention. Was it "you can't be serious"? Something like that? Detective, I demand an explanation. Of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? How could you fail to give that handbag a thorough inspection? This lady has been forced to put up with false accusations due to a lack of due diligence. You did it, partner. You've created an opportunity to tear down her facade. You really think so? And wait for that smirk. Oh dear. My goodness. You have no faith in the Imperial Police, I see. It's true, I did not check the contents of the lady's handbag. Because... there was no need to do so. What do you mean? I must thank the student attorney over there. He has reminded me of a piece of evidence that I forgot to show to the court. This here photograph. Oh, was it one of those that was see-through or something? Oh, shit. Oh, bugger. I took this photograph as a precaution after the incident occurred. What the fuck? What is on his hand? A chest? It looks like some weird tattoo. Is that a burn? Burn mark? First thing I noticed after I saw the open handbag. As you can see, Miss Brett's handbag was captured in this picture. How useless. You can only store certain things that are big enough that wouldn't fall out. What? You can clearly see the inside of her handbag. Exactly, Your Honor. This handbag was woven from leather, a material popular among high-class Londoners. My word, its contents are out on full display. Hence, there was no need to inspect it. After all, if there was a pistol inside, it would have stood out immediately. Ah. The lack of a pistol is proof of Miss Brett's innocence. Here comes a smile. Knew it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this, young student. Ugh. No! Oh, Jesus. That was exaggerated. That was really good, though. Order, order. Detective, I order you to hand over that photograph as evidence. Understood. As you wish, Your Honor. Photograph of the handbag has been filed in the court record. Taken by Hosonaga after the incident occurred. Giselle's handbag is pictured on a chair near the victim's table. I hereby conclude the cross-examination of the witness. No! The court believes that with this photograph, all relevant evidence is at hand. As long as there are no issues with this photograph, all doubts surrounding this case have been cleared. Now it is time to render a verdict. Nope. In other words, there is but one conclusion. No one was capable of committing the crime except for the student prostrated on his desk. No. I thought we were about to make a great turnabout. Instead, we were shut down before we could even gain traction. Oh god, even Asugi. Asugi? I'm sorry, Naruhodo. Now that the cross-examination is over, we have no way of prolonging this trial. What? Then, the verdict will be... Oh dear. You put up a good fight. For a starry-eyed student, I'll give you that. However, resistance is futile in the face of a fair judgment. Reflect on that fact to your heart's content from the comfort of your cell. Is this the end? My only friend. Am I really going to be jailed for a crime I didn't even commit? Seems like it. And what about Asugi? He'll be forced to give up on his dream of studying abroad. Hey Asugi. What is it, Naruhodo? Are we really out of options? You heard the judge. As long as there are no issues with that detective's photograph, the trial cannot continue. It's over. We just have to find a problem with that photograph then, don't we? Very well then. The court shall proceed to deliver its judgment. It appears that we can report back to the British Empire without further delay. Damn it. I will now announce the verdict for the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Way up. Oh, nice. He put his hand up. Please wait, Your Honor. Naruhodo? You should hold off on passing a verdict. What now? What are you going to do? What are you going on about now? Once the trial is over and a conclusion is reached, the judge hands down the verdict. That is the most fundamental rule that governs the Supreme Court. True. But His Honor clearly said, as long as there are no issues with this photograph, all doubts surrounding this case have been cleared. Now it is time to render a verdict. Therefore, in the event that there's a huge issue with the evidence, the trial must go on. Are you delusional? The only purpose of this photograph was to show the items in her handbag. How could there be any issue with it? We have to show him. You are... crazy. I understand the defense's concern. It's true, we have yet to examine this photograph closely. However, I can't imagine what additional clues may lie within this handbag. As if anything like that would exist. I'm sick and tired of the students' desperate proclamations. Come on, I'm not that desperate. I just know there's something about this photograph that stands out. Very well then. We will grant the defense one last opportunity. Come again? Oh damn. This trial may or may not end immediately, depending on what you have to say. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. In the photograph that Detective Hosonaga submitted as evidence, please proceed to point out the significant problem in this photograph. You got it. Ding, 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 ding. Please take a look right here. On the victim's wrist, you can see a mysterious scar. Indeed. It looks like a burn. Oh, why is she surprised? What did you do, Giselle? I was wondering what you might blurt out in your desperation, but really. That has absolutely nothing to do with the lady's handbag, does it? That is, indeed, a scar from a burn. Could you elaborate? Not elaborate, Detective? The police had noticed the burn as well during the inspection of the corpse. However, since it had nothing to do with the cause of death, it was left out of the records. That would only be fair. Because even establishing precisely when the victim suffered the burn would be impossible to begin with. Would it though? The more I look at this, the more I think that there's something strange about this scar. Kinda looks like a nose. But Prosecutor Ouchie is correct. As long as there's no clear connection to this case, I do not see any need to further investigate this burn mark. Unfortunately, Your Honor, the time for her to dine with officials of the university is fast approaching. If it is alright, the witness would like to kindly request that she be allowed to leave. Ooh, but of course. That is not a problem at all. Your Honor, please, let us hand down the verdict at once. Nope, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Naruhodo, explain yourself. Are you saying that this burn mark is somehow related to the case? To tell you the truth, I don't really know that myself, but if I just stand idly by, it's all over for me. No matter what, I have to keep pushing forward, even if I'm just grasping at straws. Yeah, you're right. Tsugi? If we can prove a connection between this burn mark and the incident at hand, we may be able to wrench open a door that was once locked to us. What now? There's no way you can possibly pull that off. We cannot afford to waste time listening to baseless conjecture. In other words, all we need to do is show you evidence, Your Honor. The proof that links the burn mark to this incident. That is correct. Truth be told, I had overlooked this mysterious burn mark. However, the moment you pointed it out in the photograph, I did not overlook the sudden darkness that overtook the witness's face. What? My only option is to establish a connection between the burn mark and the crime. This is really important. I can't mess it up. I have to find the evidence that will reveal the truth behind the burn mark. Now I order the defense to present evidence to the court. What evidence establishes a connection between the burn mark and this case? It's like the shape of a chair. Oh god. Oh, there it is. It's on the iron plate. Ah! Crime scene photo! This is the same photograph from before. I think photographs really are an extraordinary invention. Things that are easily overlooked by the untrained eye can be recorded eternally for all to see. And what are you getting at? Tell us where we're supposed to see. I cannot allow your needless charades to waste any more of Milady's time. I hope you'll be willing to grace us with your presence for just a short while longer, miss. The connection we're looking for is very clearly shown in this photograph. Why did the victim have such a mysterious burn mark on his body? What was the cause? The cause? A bluff as obvious as that won't work on me. You would do well to present your evidence immediately. What do you suppose caused the victim's burn mark? Bum, bum. I really like the music for this game, it's really good. The beefsteak? The beefsteak isn't the important part. It's the iron plate under the meat. The plate? Oh! What's the matter, Your Honor? This iron plate bears a certain insignia. It's safe to assume that this is the symbol of Laquentos. Ah! The insignia on this iron plate. Boom, boom. And the shape of the victim's burn mark are a perfect match. Actually, the burn mark on his wrist is a bit more... it's a bit longer. Ouch! Naruhodo, you're really something else. He's right. Therefore, we can assume that the victim received the burn mark at Laquentos. I'm hearing murmurs from the crowd. Or the gallery. But, even if that may be true, it doesn't mean that that he was burnt on the day of the murder. Surely it was on the day before the crime, or the day before that, or any other unrelated day. Well, you see... Bad news, Prosecutor Ouchie. The chances of that are terribly low. Asugi. Why would that be? Look at how clearly the burn shows on his skin. A burn like this would have sent the restaurant into an uproar. Detective Hosonaga, what are your thoughts? An injury of such severity could not possibly slip by without causing a bit of a fuss. But... the wound appears to be fresh. He was burned recently. And while the wound is indeed small, it has left a distinct burn mark. That means this was an especially severe burn. What does that mean for us? For example... oh yes. Let me give you the conditions that would have to be present for a burn like that to form. You would have to press against a hot surface for at least 3 seconds at 90 degrees Celsius. Holy shit, that's hot. Whew. One probably wouldn't be able to help but let out a scream from the pain. I've been undercover at La Cuentos for weeks, and I have never heard any screams like that. As a waiter of the restaurant in question, I can confidently assure you of that. Weren't you focusing on your detective work? Well, am I getting somewhere? Hi! Indeed, that's why this is so strange. I agree with Detective Hosonaga. If you were to press your skin down on such a hot plate, you would have cried out in pain. It's just human instinct. Actually not, you wouldn't even be able to push it onto it for 3 seconds. The moment your skin came into contact with something that hot, you would instinctively pull away. But the detective didn't hear any screams. What's even stranger, on that day I didn't hear anything like that either. What? If he had just accidentally dropped his hand on the hot plate for 3 seconds, can you really call it an accident if you leave it there for 3 seconds? At the time, the witnesses were me, the soldier, and the antique shop owner. Needless to say, all of us would have heard a scream if it had happened. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? Huh? Well, yes, that's true. Then it begs the question, why didn't we? Why did none of us hear Dr. Watson scream? Naruhodo, what are you getting at? I can't believe this. Even I had no idea we would reach this kind of conclusion. But it seems that all of us were wrong. May have fallen victim to an inconceivable trap. I can only think of one possible explanation for this contradiction. When the professor burned his wrist, he was completely oblivious, dozing off. Obviously, he was already dead. The gunshot was literally just to pin the blame on somebody else. Even when his wrist was pressed onto the hot iron plate, he still managed to be silent. A scenario like that would be impossible. That is, if we ignore the obvious implication. The obvious implication? Do you mean... Yes, he must have already been... dead. Already? Dead? Ooh. There's no other way to see it at this point. On that day, when the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Watson's dining table, the doctor was already dead. What? No. How? It can't be. Order, order, order. Just what in heaven's name does this mean? Haven't we been operating on the assumption that the victim was killed by a gunshot? Indeed so, Your Honor. don't be misled. That student's outrageous claims are nothing but nonsensical attempts to twist the truth. The one twisting the truth is you, prosecutor. How so? We have established the time when the doctor burnt his wrist at La Cuentos. The reality of this incident has already changed completely. Do you not understand? Your Honor, we demand further testimony. If the victim had been dead long before the sound of that gunshot, then there's a possibility that the witness knew about that fact. This is beyond my wildest imagination. I never would have thought this trial would be twist after twist. I'm sorry to ask this of you, Miss Brett, but you'll have to give up on your prior arrangements. Are you mad? While our country's judicial system may still be immature, we cannot pass a verdict when so many clear doubts remain. Your Honor. Oh god. Oh. Did she just laugh? Yes, of course. Yes, I'll happily consent to your demands. For the sake of your empire and mine, for the friendship we share with the Empire of Japan, she can speak! Oh, Miss Brett, did you just speak Japanese? Oh, certainly, I know the language. What kind of exchange student doesn't? Then why did you need an interpreter? Queen's English. English is the most beautiful language of all. A lady would never stoop to dirtying her lips with other ugly languages unless she had to. Oh wow. That's a shitty thing to say. Christ. It would seem that gentlemen in this land want for a chivalrous spirit. As such, I'm left with no choice but to speak for myself. Oh. You really are a proper British lady. The extent of your goodwill spreads as wide as the great ocean. Very well. Miss Brett, the court requests that you give additional testimony. Tell us what you know of the circumstances surrounding the victim's death. Okay. So, she's finally willing to speak for herself. This is where our fight really begins, Naruhodo. So... the victim's death. Oh, the music! Unfortunately, I do not know when the doctor burned himself. I simply enjoyed my beefsteak and shared a toast with him, remember? I heard the post-mortem states that he was killed with a gun. What else can I say? If there exists a way to kill without leaving a trace, then show it to me. But your inexperienced investigators couldn't possibly produce any new evidence, surely. Huh. That sounds like a fucking challenge. That was the most beautiful testimony that has ever graced this court. You're giving her way too much praise. I hope this is to be the final time I'm forced to speak in this barbaric language. I do sincerely apologize if I have offended you. Not at all. Being blessed with such words fills me with joy. I knew all along that the burn mark had nothing to do with it. I'm sure your Minister of Justice would love to hear all about today's trial. That sounds like a threat. Minister of Justice? I'd like to see that the bothersome hoodlum of a student over there receives an increased punishment for his substantiated accusations. Is that amen? Huh? Wow. Thanks. Did she just say amen? Yeah, she did. Speaking of bothersome, we're ready for the next cross-examination. I'm sure you've already noticed that this bothersome hoodlum is actually quite exceptional. You shouldn't need reminding that this will be your final chance at a cross-examination. Should there be no issues with the following testimony, then this will truly be the conclusion of the trial. Do you understand, attorney? Understood, sir. Ooh. Alright. Yes, Your Honour. Very well then. You may proceed with the cross-examination. I was not expecting him to slap himself, but, I mean... whatever. Why is it me against Ouchie? It should be me and her. She should be the bottom banner. Unfortunately, I do not know when the Doctor burned himself. But his wrist was on the plate for 3 seconds. There's no way he just didn't notice. Alright, then let's flip things around. Huh? I noticed something at the start of the trial, and you still haven't fixed it. The zip on your black trousers is wide open. Did you notice that? What? 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 Huh. Of course not. That is indeed the truth, defendant. I noticed too. I'm embarrassed just looking at you. You could have said something. Dr. Watson truly was the picture of a British gentleman. He chose silence over making a big fuss. Is that so surprising? Ah, I see. Yes, that certainly does seem plausible. That doesn't make any sense at all. I think that's just a scribble. Anyway. The zip on your trousers is open. I simply enjoyed my beefsteak and shared a toast with him, remember? You just testified a minute ago that it was with carbonated water, right? At the time, Dr. Watson was only allowed to drink liquids. Because of that, he ordered carbonated water. Isn't that right, head waiter? Yes, I'm sure of it. You are correct. However, as for whether the doctor had drunk any water when I carried the beefsteak over, I have no memory of that. Oh! I can read that. It's quite hard, but it says "God damn you." Oh, I know what that means. May God's blessing be upon you, right? I'm pretty sure that's the exact opposite of what it means. Anyway. Okay, so that's how she goes on to her next statement. Just anyway. Oof. I heard the postmortem states that he was killed with a gun. Postmortems can be wrong. That's right, it's written in the report, bled to death after a single shot to the chest. Yes. Fortunately, humans can't die from minuscule burn wounds. And besides that, if no trace of any other cause of death was found on the body, then nothing but the bullet you fired could have killed the victim. But if the burn is from the iron plate, it would have been shortly after it reached the table. That's right. If it had cooled off even a little bit, it wouldn't have been able to leave a burn. And if the burn did come from touching the plate, then naturally at that time, he would have already been dead. However, the reality is that the victim died from a gunshot wound. So long as you have no evidence to refute that, your argument is meaningless. Indeed, Prosecutor, Ouchie is correct. What else can I say? If there exists a way to kill without leaving a trace, then show it to me. Yeah, it's called poison. Without a trace. Although they do leave a trace. Whether you shoot with a gun, strangle, stab with a knife, or push someone down. When you take someone's life, there is always a trace left behind. Indeed, that is correct. Our police force investigated everything. I can say that with absolute certainty. Right, Detective Hosonaga? I strive for the most absolutely thorough investigation to the best of my ability. There's no doubt that the average murder would leave behind a trace on the corpse. But is there any method that would be an exception to that rule? Poison. If perhaps by any chance you suspect me, then I would have to request you show me the means by which I killed the doctor. But that's out of the question, isn't it? Don't be absurd. The very nerve suspecting a lovely British woman of such a thing. Such an insolent fellow. I, ouchie, shall slice him in two. What kind of murder method won't leave a trace? Poison. If you want to prove it, you'll need some sort of evidence. Wait a minute. Is that why she took the glass? What if there was a trace of poison on that glass? And that's the one she took. Not to get rid of any trace that she was there. Evidence. Because they wouldn't have inspected the glasses. But your inexperienced investigators couldn't possibly produce any new evidence, surely. What exactly do you mean by inexperienced? In the British Empire, all evidence left at the scene is preserved and investigated by police. But in this country, investigations are one-and-done affairs, correct? Yes, Locointos is running business as usual today. That's why, even if the situation changes, you wouldn't be able to file new evidence. What was that? And your inexperienced investigators didn't find a single shadow of a doubt. Isn't it nice? It's just so... how do I say this? Magnanimous. Ah, that hits right where it hurts. Those words sting, my lady. Somehow, that prosecutor feels like he's trying to act like a big shot. I'm pretty sure it's just your imagination. Though... Giselle's testimony just now. For just a moment, I feel like something was trying to jump out at me. What do you think, Naruhodo? I can't do it. No matter how much I press her, I can't get anything useful. That's no surprise, she's clearly very stubborn. But if we don't take action now, this cross-examination is over. No. Can't I find even a single clue? Is it really impossible to tear down that foreign belle's testimony? Hey, Yasugi. What is it, Naruhodo? There's actually one thing that bothers me. What bothers you? Is it that lady? Aside from her. No, it's not her. It's the one next to her, Detective Hosonaga. The detective? In that last testimony, I feel like his reaction was pretty unusual. Maybe if I point out the good detective's reaction, he'll spill the beans. That's it. I've got an idea. Try pressing that lady's final statement one more time. Huh? This time, our target isn't that stoic lady, but rather... the detective standing next to her. Oh, I understand. Yasugi must be onto something. I'll try pressing her last statement one more time. Oh great, so we have to go through all of these again. There we go. How do I switch? What exactly do you mean by inexperienced? God, come on. Blah 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 blah. Mate. There we go. That's it. The detective reacted to Giselle's testimony. Up until a short while ago, that detective was on the witness stand as her interpreter. But now he's a witness. But now the situation has changed completely. Detective Hosonaga is now in a position to listen to her testimony. Oh. Maybe this is the chance we've been waiting for. What do you mean? Whenever someone takes the stand to testify, they try not to show any weaknesses. However, when listening to someone else's words, they let their guard down. I see. He's completely lost in thought. Now, why don't we try questioning that detective? Question him. Naruhodo, have a look at the screen. The screen? Ah, yes. Oh, shit. Right now, the lady testifying is our focus. Oh, do I have to swipe? If we slide this cursor, we can look at someone else. Then while you're looking at another person, the option to question will appear. Pushing them while their guard is down might give you new information. Yeah, this is a new mechanic. If anything seems strange, don't hesitate to change your focus. Remember that. First, I'll slide the cursor and look at the detective. Then I question. Alright, let's give it a go. Hooray! Nade. What? There we go. Giotto! What is it? What on earth? Demne gave him a heart attack. Oops. Sorry. I didn't think I would startle you that much. Wow, I completely bypassed his defenses. This technique is more powerful than I thought. Now it seemed like you were deep in thought about something. Maybe the lovely lady next to you helped you remember something. Ooh. If there's anything you'd like to say, please tell us. What? Just what is this? Did you forget who's testifying right now? If you have no problem with what she said, then this cross-examination is over. Oh, okay. That's not going to fly. What now? As long as he is still on the stand, Detective Hosonaga still qualifies as a witness. Also, he is directly related to the case too. Detective Hosonaga. Yes, Your Honor. Is there anything you wish to say in regards to the testimony just now? Very well then. If Your Honor must ask, I believe I do have something to say. Ooh. Ooh. I was waiting to see if her expression changed. It is true that the Imperial Police investigations are still inexperienced compared to Britain. But I myself, Hosonaga. I live my life by the motto, if you plan to investigate, do it to the utmost perfection. Perfection? Therefore, I myself, Hosonaga, took from the crime scene everything I could get my hands on. All in the name of crime scene preservation. Call me a crime scene thief if you must, but I still did it. Oh dear. You're a crime scene thief. Her insults may have struck a nerve somewhere deep within the detective. For example, this. Ooh. Isn't that carbonated water? This is the bottle of carbonated water I brought to the victim's table that day. Now, 3 days later, it's just regular water. But this was once carbonated water, let no one say otherwise. It looks like there's still some water left in that bottle. I swear, in this imminent new age, our country's police will become the world's best. I, Hosonaga, believe that from the bottom of my heart. As I cough to death. Sheesh. I don't understand the witness himself, but I certainly understood his claim. The court accepts that beautiful glass bottle as evidence. Carbonated water. Sparkling water, just ale and the victim were drinking on the day of the incident. It was on the victim's table. Examine it. If I may, Miss Brett. Is this, without a doubt, what the victim was drinking with you on that day? Yes. Ah, that very glass bottle. I feel like... just now, it looked like she tried to avert her eyes. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. But before I do, let's examine the bottle. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the liquid. Oh. I thought there'd have been something in it, but I guess not. At the time, Dr. Watson was drinking the carbonated water. There's still a little bit left, but it's probably flat by now. Oh, speaking of which, my throat is a little dry. Maybe I should drink some of this, to soothe my throat. No, no, no. Don't, Naruhodo. At the very least, you shouldn't drink the evidence for our case. Yeah, you're right. After all, we don't know if there's anything in it. You're always full of surprises. It's carbonated water. We don't know if there's anything in it. I wonder. What's wrong, Naruhodo? You went silent all of a sudden. Maybe... I just found another possibility. Just thinking like where I could search, but I don't think I can search anywhere. Okay. Cross-examination. Detective, please try to keep yourself together. So it would have been the last statement, right? Oh right, if there exists a way to kill without leaving a trace. I'm tempted to show the bottle. Can I examine it again? Yeah, I can. I'll just look at the label. This label is written in a foreign language that I've never seen before. What does it say, Isugi? It appears to be French. This is some kind of luxury item. But what does it say? Go to France and ask them. You could have just said you didn't know. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can't examine... Oh wait, I can. Wait, what? At the time... Oh. So we've already been through this. Wonder if I could just present the water. Like, what if there was poison in this? I don't fucking know. Music went off. That's a good sign. Maybe. This is the glass bottle from earlier. There's only one way the victim could have been killed without leaving a trace. Of course, that would be... Hey! Called it. Poison. Poison? That day, Dr. Watson took a drink of this carbonated water. The liquid inside the bottle could have easily contained poison. And when the doctor drank it, that's when he died. Order, order, order in the court. Who could have poisoned this drink? Or his drink? Maybe it was someone sitting at his table. Only one person fits that description. Of course, that person would be... Miss Giselle Brett. You poisoned Dr. John Watson. You little... How dare you make such wild, baseless conjectures? Even a mere schoolboy like you should understand the position our empire is in. We only just signed the Japanese-Anglo Alliance Treaty. Do you intend to destroy this historical relationship with your mad accusations? This is no place for politics, this is a court to judge criminals' sin. Our sins. What are you saying? Where she's from is irrelevant. Whether she's guilty or not is all that matters. Excuse me, may I interject? I, Ouchie, will forcefully silence all who and... Oh my god, she told him! The one who should be silenced is you. She just shouted, shut up! Oh, yes ma'am. Yes ma'am. What in the world? Suddenly the air feels so tense. Is this where she's gonna, like, unleash her true colours? Please excuse my earlier remark. I fear it was quite rude. I sincerely apologise from the bottom of my heart. What remark could you be referring to? I call the Japanese police inexperienced. But even with their lack of experience, I'm sure they at least conducted a proper investigation. Surely they investigated whether or not this bottle was laced with poison. They did. Of course we did. Huh? As I had stated earlier, I always strive for perfection. It is my life's goal. But then... Naturally, we have inspected the contents of this glass bottle. My word. And what are the results? After analysing... God, I thought it said analysis. Analysing it against all poisons known to our country, our conclusion is... This carbonated drink contains no poison whatsoever. What if it was a poison we don't know of yet? What? Are you absolutely sure? That is the conclusion reached by the Chief Imperial Medical Examiner himself. What? What? It's like 3 times we've been smacked against that. Jesus. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the people of this country. Pardon me. They so graciously proved my innocence. I am truly in your debt. Of course we did, but it's all part of the job, milady. No thanks necessary. How could this be? This is ridiculous. If he was poisoned, then all the pieces of the puzzle would fit together perfectly. It would seem that all has been made clear with this cross-examination. Other than this pistol, there were no other available means to murder the Doctor. Therefore, the one who committed this crime can only be the defendant who was holding the weapon in his own hand. This really is the end of the line for me. I do deeply apologize for taking up your time, Miss Brett. There is no need for apologies, just as long as everyone knows the truth. Defense, there is one thing I would like to confirm with you. Do you have any other new evidence that you wish to present? Asugi. I'm sorry, Naruhodo. We have nothing left. Well then, I will take my leave of you all. Whoop. I'm just gonna... Oh, it's... Wait, who was that? It's her! I must ask for your patience. I remember her. Who was that? I'm deeply sorry for interrupting this trial. I am a legal assistant. My name is Chisato Mikotoba. Or Mikotoba. Mikotoba? She appeared, calm and dignified, in our desperate final moments. In her hands, she held a small bag enveloped... enveloped. God. Enveloped in cloth. Okay. To be continued. You son of the bitches. I'm finishing this trial, I don't care. It's been 3 fucking hours, but whatever. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da. Yeah! Phew! My goodness. Let's do this. Yeah, it's been 3 hours. I think this last section will probably take maybe like between half an hour and an hour. But we'll see. I am actually curious if this tutorial case is going to be longer than Spirit of Justice's. Because Spirit of Justice's took 3.5 hours, I think. So I'm just very curious. Cut to. Oh right, it starts straight here. Oh shit, alright. Where'd those two go? And? What business do you have here, legal assistant? Nah, and I was actually starting to worry. But it's just a legal assistant, a woman even. First and foremost, there is no place for women in this Supreme Court. I am well aware of that. Please, just spare me 5 minutes of your time. There is a piece of evidence I must deliver to the defense. Huh, too late. This trial is already over, save for the sentencing. You get 5 minutes, and not a second more. Your Honor? Thank you very much. Oh, we're going outside. Oh, what the? This is weird. Who are you? There's no time to explain. Hurry, take this. This is written in English. It looks like some kind of report. These are Giselle Brett's research documents. They belong to her. Earlier, after the recess ended, I went to Imperial Yume University. I borrowed these from Dr. Watson's laboratory. I see. Then this woman really was doing research with the Doctor. Are you implying that this research has something to do with the incident? I don't know. After all, I wasn't here to listen to the trial. Oh, that's right. Characteristics, reactions to, and effects on the human body of Cure. Is it Cure? Cure? What is that? I've never heard of it. Time's up. I demand that this malcontent legal assistant be removed from the court at once. I hadn't the time to do more than glance over the document. But I did... Ah, there we go. I did provide a simplified summary of its contents at the front. Please take a look through it for yourselves, if you would like. Got it. Thank you so much. Giselle's report has been filed in the court record. So, Giselle's report, subject of Giselle's study at Imperial Yume University. This report describes a poison still unknown in Japan. I fucking knew it. I knew it. So there probably was poison. Maybe not in the water. Would it be in the water? I'm still going with it being in the glass. And that's why she took that glass with her. Now then, I wish you good fortune. I have to wait. I want to read it before I go out. Oh, there we go. Summary. Prepared from a vine now classified as Strychnos toxifera. It is only known to grow in the jungles of the Amazon. Since ancient times, the natives of that land have used it to hunt. Effect. Even a very small dosage instantly paralyzes all muscles in the body, a fatal and deadly poison. Conditions. Oh. The poison is effective when it enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blow dart. Since its effect paralyzes all muscles in the body, it is being considered for use as an anesthetic. But due to paralysis of the body, allowing patients to breathe is a problem that would need to be resolved. I understand how this worked. Just swallowing it wouldn't work. It has to enter through a wound, which Watson had a tooth extracted, so he would have had the wound from where the tooth was extracted. Oh, we cannot keep our British guests waiting any longer. I will ask you one last time. Does either the prosecution or defense wish to present any more evidence? We do. Of course not. This trial already has more than enough evidence. Naruhodo, you no longer have the liberty of choice. This is, quite literally, your final chance. Yeah, I know. Your Honor, please allow us to present this piece of evidence. I recognize that fire in your eyes. That's the steadfast fire of a Japanese man who doesn't know the meaning of retreat. Witness, Miss Brett, may I ask you a question? Oh dear, what? Would you be willing to stay with us just a short while longer? I do appreciate the invitation. But it's almost time for my afternoon tea, thus I'll have to excuse myself. Miss Brett, I asked politely out of respect toward you and your homeland. You may not have understood me, but I will not take no for an answer. I can't help but think. You Japanese all defy basic logic. I'm sorry to impose, milady. Now, attorney. Present new evidence that you believe warrants further investigation. You got it. And here it is. I wonder if she'll react to it, given the fact it's her report. Giselle Brett. It appears you were conducting research in Dr. Watson's research facilities. And what's more, you happen to be researching a deadly poison. Strange coincidence, eh? What? Deadly poison? What's the meaning of this? Its name is Cure. It is a deadly poison that requires only a small dose to cause certain death. What manner of joke is this? You must have gone off the deep end. Cure? I've never heard of a poison like that. That's because it doesn't exist, or it's unknown. Of course you haven't. What? There's no reason that you would know what it is, after all. Until today, this poison was never known to exist in the Japanese Empire. It was never known to exist. Yes, in other words, the Imperial Police can examine all they like, but they'd never be able to detect this poison. Simply because the methods to detect it haven't been developed in Japan. What? Oh, we're getting there. This is the final stretch. I don't know how long it'll be, but who cares? Order! Order! Order in the court! Do poisons as terrifying as that really exist? According to these research documents written by Miss Brett, the hunting tribes of South America have used this poison to hunt since ancient times. To the researchers and medical students in Europe, this seems to be common knowledge. They hunt with poison? It's a deadly poison extracted from the bark of trees that grow in the Amazon jungles. It was discovered after explorers brought some back to Europe. If you were to be hit by a blow dart smeared with this, its poison would kill you instantly. Isn't that right, miss? She's not going to say anything. Your claims are all nonsense. First off, if the victim was poisoned, then he would have been writhing in pain. Everyone in La Cuentos would have noticed. Nope. He was numb in his mouth. And it was poison too. As soon as it got into his bloodstream, he'd have been fucked. Indeed. Your thoughts, detective? Certainly, if a man was writhing in pain, I would have been on the scene immediately. Come to think of it, I don't remember the doctor being in pain. According to these documents, the complete opposite should be expected. Oh, it numbs everything. What? The opposite? The victim did not exhibit any manner of being in pain. That in itself could be evidence that Cuirae was used. What do you mean by that? Please explain. The instant this poison enters the body, it will paralyze all muscles. In other words, you would lose the ability to move any of your limbs. Even if the victim felt any pain, he or she would not be able to express it. My word. Of course, if he lost control of his muscles, the victim would collapse. However, if you used a chair to prop the body up, any bystanders would be none the wiser. But Asugi, there's something I don't quite understand. How does paralyzing only the muscles result in instant death? You might regret asking that question. Of course, the victim can no longer move once the poison takes hold. Remember, your respiratory system needs to use muscles as well. The poison prevents that. Oh god, you essentially suffocate. Then you wouldn't be able to breathe? In short, the most accurate cause of death would be suffocation. For several minutes, the victim is still conscious but unable to move or cry for help. Oh god. Inconceivable. To any onlookers, it would seem like a painless sleep-like instant death. But for the victim, I couldn't imagine a more cruel death. That's the truth of Cuirae. Oh boy. Is she gonna start laughing? Then this glass bottle. Does it really contain the cruel, deadly poison? That's enough nonsense from you. We don't know the poison, so we can't detect it. Don't play games with me. Excuse me, may I speak? A student, quibbling with nonsensical theories, how about you learn some societal norms first? Dear. The one who ought to be learning is you. Yes, ma'am. Is this how you Japanese always handle things? What do you mean? Stealing a lady's research documents, waving them around as if they were your discovery. Barbaric isn't strong enough a word to describe you monsters. Rest assured that we feel the same way about you. Why would you filthy ants think you could look down on me? Taking advantage of those less learned to get away with murder. That sounds barbaric enough to me. Do you disagree, milady? All that aside, I out here refuse to accept your claims. You claim this fair lady is the wielder of a poison that we don't even know of. What a farce. Oh, her mask is slipping. What's so funny? Excuse me, Your Honor, was it? Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that glass bottle for a moment? Yes, I suppose that's fine. Oh, she's gonna drink all of it. She's gonna drink what's in it. Oh, look at that fucking pinky. You little Japanese cretin should learn to not be so conceited. What are you on about now? From a British woman's perspective, this farce is nothing more than child's play. Fraudulent police in a petulant husk of a court. It's laughable. But it's about time that we end this childish game. Cheers! What are you doing? Oh wait, even if it is poison. It wouldn't matter because she doesn't have a wound. It enters through a wound. Mere carbonated water, now flat, fitting indeed for such a dull cart as this. Either that or it was in the glass. Deadly silent, I love it. God, my throat's starting to hurt. I've been talking for 3 hours straight, so I mean, it's not that surprising. Oh my. What's the matter? You all look like you've seen a ghost. Then, there was no Curair inside that glass bottle. Your face tells me that you can't believe it. But that's the truth. I must thank you for presenting the results of my research in your Supreme Court. You've done a fine job, little boy. Now, Your Honor. Oh, yes, ma'am. May I finally take my leave this time? I think I've cooperated with you enough for one day, even if it's for the sake of our empires. I apologize, my lady. Words cannot express my gratitude. We aren't done. Oh, no, 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 no. Someone's gonna yell out, hold it. That's impossible. There had to have been poison inside that bottle. So then how? Glass. How could she drink it all? And still be standing there, alive and well? There's 2 points. The fact is 1, it might have been in the glass. And for 2, I doubt she has a wound in her mouth. I don't understand. I'm glad I had the chance to enjoy this one-act comedy here on this tiny island in the Far East. My friends in Britain are sure to laugh at this lovely little story. Did that bottle contain poison or not? And if it did, then why is she still standing? I should already have all the clues needed to answer this question. Is there really a deadly poison contained within that bottle? Oh god. Bum 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 bum. Yes. The culprit laced Dr. Watson's carbonated water with Curair. No. The defense insists on this claim. What? You amateur. What are you getting at now? There is no way the bottle could have had any poison in it. Just because she drank it of her own volition? Indeed, it's an obvious contradiction. There may very well be an explanation for that contradiction. What? Let's think about this mystery, step by step. The answer must be in the court record. I don't need to look it up. Now, defendant. No, you deserve to be called an attorney. I ask that you present your evidence. Why is the witness still standing after drinking water laced with Curair? Present the report. That tells us the circumstances in which it would take effect. The answer we need is, of course, within the witness's research documents. That couldn't give us any kind of answer. After all, this document and the English language are impossible for us to understand. You impertinent amateur. Do not dare ridicule me. I'm not trying to ridicule you, and I'm not putting on airs. Indeed, this document is far too large for us to read here. Defense, I suggest you be more specific. Where in this document is the answer we seek? Oh crap. Characteristics, I think. Let me just check. Yeah, there we go. Wait, where's it say? Oh, there, conditions. It's effective when it enters the body through a wound. So, yeah, characteristics. Up until now, I've heard a lot about Kyo-Rei. And there was just one thing that caught my attention. And what was that? Primitive tribes used this poison to hunt. They smear blow darts with poison before shooting their prey. Indeed, that seems correct so far. Naturally, these hunters proceed to eat their kills, right? So what are you getting at? Think about it. The carcass still has traces of the poison in its blood. That's right. Normally, people wouldn't eat meat tainted with poison, right? You can say that again. I wouldn't dream of eating something like that. That's when I realised, in this document, there's an explanation under characteristics. It states that symptoms only occur when the poison enters through a wound. A wound? The specific... I can't say that bloody word. Specificity. Jesus. Of it caught my eye. Don't know why that was such a hard word to say. Specificity. I think it's because there's too many I's and C's. In other words, the truth to be discerned from this document is this. Kyo-Rei, when entered through a wound, is a deadly poison. However, when ingested, Kyo-Rei is completely harmless. What? Miss Brett, you knew of Kyo-Rei's special characteristics. That's why you could drink it all with such overflowing confidence. You impudent little prick. Oh god. Damned brat. That's actually a bird. Oh, that's actually a swan. She has a swan on her hat. God, that must weigh a ton. Naruhodo. Well done. You're far exceeding my expectations. You really do have potential as an attorney. Asugi, do I? An attorney? As if such a convenient poison actually exists in the first place. If that's the case, then why... Ha! Look, an ignorant little monkey thinks he's grasped real intelligence for the first time. But all you can do is swing it around ineptly like a new toy. Wow, she's a bitch. Cut to the chase. There is a fatal contradiction in that sloppy claim of yours, little boy. Little boy? Contradiction? As you may have guessed, Kyo-Rei is a poison that's safe to drink. We believe that it's neutralized when it reacts with stomach acid. Totally makes sense, doesn't it? What's this about stomach acid? However, if it's safe to drink this deadly poison, wouldn't the good doctor have survived drinking it? If he hadn't had a tooth extracted, then yes. Indeed. Now they all just forget the tiniest details. That makes sense. We civilized people call this science. Do you follow so far, little boy? God, she's such a condescending bitch. Absolutely. Order, order, order in the court. If both of them drank the same poison, then naturally the results would be the same. Then that means... this poison called Kyo-Rei has nothing to do with the incident. Bullshit. Exactly. Even that should be comprehensible to a little boy left behind by civilization. Wait, what? What's happening? What is this feeling? Something is welling up inside me, something I've never felt before. The conviction to stand against contradictions. A feeling like righteous anger. I'll strike with all I have. It all starts with the tip of my finger. Time to corner my prey. Oh, we're gonna point. Yes! For the first time ever. Don't play stupid, Giselle. Where did that fire in your eyes come from? You already know the answer. Even if both you and the victim drank from the very same bottle of water. You already know why only the victim died. You know the reason for this contradiction. I order you to present your evidence, attorney. If our witness can drink this so-called deadly poison without batting an eye, why did only the victim succumb to the poison? Alright, you're asking for it. There we go. The medical report. I think. Yeah. What the fuck was that? Correct. Dr. Watson and the witness did indeed drink the same water. But don't think of the water, think of the main differences between the people who drank it. What differences do you have in mind? Curare only becomes poisonous when it enters the blood through a wound. Thus, if a healthy person ingests it, it's entirely harmless. However, if it passed over an open wound as you drank it, what do you suppose would happen? An open wound? Yes, for example, maybe a certain someone visited the dental clinic. Maybe he had a tooth removed. Ah. Giselle, you've mentioned it a few times. You were aware that Dr. Watson had his tooth extracted. Oh. Then the witness used that to her advantage. Oh god, the bird's gonna go crazy again. What's happening? Why is she laughing? Since we've come this far, I shall reiterate what I said earlier. Truly, this is like a child's game, a mock trial filled to the brim with naivete. What do you mean? This is what I mean, little boy. What the fuck? Oh. What accident might befall this precious evidence you handed over so carelessly? Don't! Allow me to teach you an important lesson. You bitch! Oh my, whatever will you do? Your precious little evidence is gone now. God, you are a bitch. Such a bitch. 4 times that's happened. What on earth just happened? That Brit just smashed the bottle into pieces. This is a trial held by the Supreme Court. What kind of disgrace is this? What are you doing, bailiff? Quickly, retrieve what water you can immediately. A futile effort. This carpet is a gift from the British Empire. It does quite the fine job of absorbing water. Your methods aren't advanced enough to collect any. Safe to say, it's impossible. Oh ho ho ho! Wow. Arsehole. How could you do this? We were getting too close to the truth. You won't get away with this. Well, no matter how hard this little boy cries and slams his desk, we will never find out whether or not the bottle contained poison for the rest of eternity. You monster. While on the other hand, the evidence that supports my claim yet stands. Isn't that right, Sir Prosecutor? Yes, you speak of this photograph. That is right, anyone who sees this photograph would agree. The poor doctor was sitting with his back turned to me. The only one who could shoot the victim from the front is this little boy. Here's what really happened. On that day, you used Curare to poison the victim. Following that, in order to pin that crime on Ryunosuke Naruhodo, you dropped a gun? You took action when you saw him picking up the pistol from the floor. You drew your own concealed pistol and shot the doctor's corpse. Then in the ensuing chaos, all you had to do was rotate the chair around with the body. And with that in mind, you're still a suspect. You've got quite an imagination, little boy. Wait, isn't Asugi like 23? I'd hardly call him a little boy. They're also quite old. No, not really, I guess. I concealed a pistol. I shot his corpse. There's no evidence in the world that could prove that. Exactly. As long as there isn't any evidence, the prosecution's stance will not change. The victim, Dr. Watson, was shot by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Great. Not quite there yet. The defendant is the one and only suspect. Darn it. This is absurd. We've come so far, and now she's going to get away like this? All we can do is watch as she destroys evidence for her own gain. Naruhodo. Asugi. I've helped you come this far, but now the trial is in your hands. Huh? Why me? We have lost our decisive evidence. Right now, if there are any final clues, they can only be within your mind. Within my mind? Remember, you said you at least had confidence in your own observational skills. But of course, we can just forget that I managed to overlook that flashy Western diva. Think back to the moment of the crime. Remember what you saw, what you felt. Even the colours and the smells. What I saw and what I felt. Even the colours? Huh? There's blood. There be blood on that there plate. I wonder. Does the answer really lie dormant within my chromatic memories? A clue that points toward the culprit who shot Dr. Watson. Oh shit. I almost did does not exist. Woo! There does exist. Asugi. I think I may have found it. The clue that lies dormant within my memories. Truly, you never cease to amaze. Take that clue and shove it in their faces. Hey! Right, I'll do just that. There's one strange feeling that lies dormant within my memories. Could that be the key that opens the door to the truth? The clue that reveals the true culprit is... obviously the blood. Or ketchup. Could be ketchup. It's most definitely blood, but it could be ketchup. Detective Hosonaga, I've got a question for you. Yes? How can I help you? It looks like he's still in shock from that glass bottle shattering. As I recall, you claimed that you always strive for perfection, right? Exactly. Then, Detective, is it safe to assume that you confiscated everything from the scene? Including, perhaps, the beefsteak plate that was left on the victim's table? Hold on. What are you... Oh. What manner of joke is this? It's no joke. This is all about my memories. What of your memories? At the time, I was an eyewitness too. I saw what was shown in this photograph of the scene. I noticed the wooden slab being used to carry the beefsteak. I saw blood on it. What? So? I'm sure it splattered onto it after you shot the doctor. The bullet didn't pass through. Wrong, try again. Take a closer look at how everything and everyone is arranged in the photo. The beefsteak plate is more or less located directly behind the victim. If I shot the doctor from the front, then it would be impossible for the blood to splash onto the plate behind him. I see. If there are bloodstains on the plate, then that would mean the person who shot the victim would be the one sitting on the other side of the table. That would be none other than Giselle Brett. I thought that said shit. What? The audacity of such a ridiculous claim is galling. Your own memories? Do you really expect us to believe a murderous tales? Wait, who's that? Oh, was that Detective? Oh, it was. Ooh, she's got a different pose. Hi, Satoru Hosonaga. I believe that I became a detective for the sake of this very moment. Detective Hosonaga? Then you mean... Of course, I did indeed bring it with me. All in the name of honest crime scene preservation. Call me a crime scene thief if you must. I even took the half-eaten meat. Ew. What? This lady's meal. Even the soldier's meal. I confiscated it all indiscriminately in the name of justice. Oh, what a crazy bastard. Present it for inspection right away. We have to see if Giselle's plate has blood on it. Oh my god. Too good. Detective. I order you to present the beefsteak that was at the victim's table on the day of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh my god. This is... I can't believe how long this case is. For a tutorial, it's like nearly 4 hours. I apologise for the delay. This is the beefsteak in question. A 3-day-old beefsteak. Gross. So, what about the blood? Did you find any? Impossible. It can't be there. Quickly now, present it to the court. Show us all the blood. Very well. Look to your heart's content. Let me guess, there's none? Oh. Where's the blood? I don't see any. No. No! Why? 5 times. I know I saw it. I swear it was there. The plate of beefsteak was right behind the doctor. And there was blood on it. You ought to see the look on your face, little boy. Everyone in the civilized world knows that the Japanese can't be trusted. Wow, rude. I couldn't agree more, you damn Japanese. What? You're insulting yourself. The court has now reached a conclusion, once and for all. But of course, as for this pitiful mock trial, let's just forget this ever happened, shall we? We're not done yet. Look at it all you want, but you'll never find any blood on this sorry piece of meat. That looks different. Like, that looks like a different plate entirely. Because the meat looks a lot less. In that photograph, there was a lot of meat. It's like a full thing. That's like half of the not cutlet. That's like half of the beefsteak has been eaten. Look at it with your sorry eyes. Beefsteak plate. Lunch Giselle is said to have ordered, seized from the table directly following the incident. Was the blood I saw only an illusion? This time it's certain. We've lost. Naruhodo, the gavel still hasn't swung on your fate. Huh? I believe in yourself. Keep looking forward until the bitter end. Believe in myself. There's only one thing left to do. I need to look it over one more time. No issues were found with the evidence requested by the defense. Therefore, the inspection of all evidence in question ends here. Do you have any objections, attorney? The bloodstain was supposed to be the finishing blow. Are there any more clues I can find in the doctor's beefsteak? There are some more clues. Your Honor, please wait. This beefsteak right here still holds a shocking truth within it. The only shocking thing here is your abnormal obsession with that beefsteak. Your Honor, I'm sure you're aware, but we can talk about boring little details all day, but it'll never amount to anything. We've come this far, it's only fair to inspect every piece of evidence, fully. This is the decision held by the Supreme Court. My sincerest apologies, my lady. I thought we were allies. Are you sure that was the right thing to say? Your Honor. The court orders the defense to explain further. Oh, there we go. Point out the lead you... Wait, you say was hidden in the beefsteak dish on the victim's table. Okay. No, I want to present, like, the right side of the beef. Like, here. Lift it up. Maybe. I won't accept such an ambiguous answer at this point of the trial. Oh. No! It's relevant to the case you're making. What? The answer is right there in front of me. It's probably because I have to do the right side of the steak. Yeah, it's probably from the right of the steak. Yeah, why does that highlight? Examine. Oh, that's why. I didn't examine it. Shit. No fucking wonder. What? What is that? This is a Koban. Judging by the seal, I'd say it's from the Hui era. No, that's not the point. Why was there a Koban sitting under this beefsteak? Hold on a second. Did you say Hui era? That's right. Or Hui era, I don't know how you say it. It's covered in meat sauce, but that wouldn't decrease its value. A Koban from the Hui era. Howie? Oh, who cares. Where have I heard that before? I've heard of pearls before swine, but gold before bovine would be a first. I really doubt you'll ever hear that again. Honestly, it's incredible that we even found this. Now I can present the fucking Koban. Son of a bitch. Alright. This is... Koban? Koban? What in the world is that? This is a Hui era Koban. Koban. Whatever. Giselle, this is allegedly the beefsteak you were eating before you murdered John Watson. Could you explain why something like this was hidden under the meat? Ooh. What are you talking about? As if I would know. I've never seen that before. Don't bring me into your Japanese nonsense. Who cares about that? It's just a Koban under the meat. I'm sure it wound up there by coincidence due to some chef's carelessness. Doubtful. I think that's not the correct beefsteak. What kind of kitchen randomly gets something like this mixed in with their food? When we happened to turn up the steak, there was a Hui era Koban wedged underneath. If this really has no relation to the incident, then I will gladly quit the exchange program. He has a point. Excuse me, Your Honor. What is it, attorney? When we turned over the meat, we found a Koban under it. If this really has nothing to do with the incident, then I will gladly step down as an attorney. No one asked you to be one in the first place. If you want to stop, then go right ahead. The only thing here that has nothing to do with the incident is you, little boy. Then why am I on trial? In any case, we must find the owner of this Koban and listen to what he has to say. The owner of this Koban? Yeah, now that I think about it, there's only one man it could belong to. The owner of the Koban hidden underneath the beefsteak is none other than... There he is. How old is she? 24. And she is 16. I never actually read all the profiles. Head waiter at the Western-style restaurant Aquentos. Was waiting tables at the crime scene on the day of the incident. So, Uzu Kamaru Taizo, soldier of the Imperial Army, witnessed the incident. Sanmon Sonohigarashi, owner of the Sonohigarashi's Hall of Discard, lost a golden coin from the Hui era during the incident. Giselle Brett, exchange student from the British Empire, enrolled in Yumei University's medical program, studies in the Victims Research Lab. Susato Mikatoba, the legal assistant of my lawyer, Kazuma Asugi. There we go. Boom, it's his. He's 67. Damn. That would be... the owner of the Hall of Discard antique shop, Sanmon Sono Higarashi. Sono-hi? How typical of the Japanese to have such bizarre names. As I recall, that's the name of the old man who testified alongside the soldier earlier. Yes, Your Honor. Indeed, he mentioned a Koban earlier. He testified that, when the crime occurred, it disappeared. I crept under the table, and heard a sharp gunshot shortly thereafter. Crept under the table? What were you doing down there? Searching for a lost item. A Koban. A pressure coming from the Hui era. A Hui era Koban. Then this must be it. That must be his. Wait. Why would a Koban from an antique shop end up hidden underneath the beefsteak on the victim's dining table? I think we should hear the reason for that from the owner of the Koban himself. Bailiff, have the two witnesses from earlier be brought back here as soon as possible. Find them immediately. Sheesh. Oh, like this just doesn't end. Who would have thought those two would come back up at this point? In any case, call it a hunch, but I'm almost certain. If I can explain why this Koban was under the beefsteak, I have no doubt that this will lead the way to the truth behind this incident. I hope it happens soon, my fucking throat hurts. Oh my god, there's all four of them. Oh my god, look at them all. Queuing up. What business do you have with me now? It is time for me, Uzukamaru, to feed my son, Kuromaru, his meal. When my boy Kuromaru gets hungry, he's more ferocious than a street mutt. When we treated as mere dogs of the police, were revealed to have borne false witness. We were branded as discard ourselves, before being banished from these halls of judgment. Heretofore have I decided, thus shall I carry on into my twilight, never more to utter a word. The fuck? Please confirm one thing for us, owner of the Hall of Discard. Have you seen this Koban before? Oh! Oh god, it landed in his foot! Holy shit! That indeed is. Truly that is indeed. No doubt that is indeed truly. The glimmering, glowing Hui relic that I lost on that abominable day. What? I knew it. You, young one, would you enlighten this sin old fool? Who knows not how much time he has yet left? Where did my fallen rare treasure disappear to? I don't know if fallen is the right term for it, but... Your Koban was wedged between a spicy piece of meat and an iron plate. What? It was between meat and an iron plate, you say? Needless to say, it's impossible for a coin to fall into such a place. In other words, someone was hiding it there. My Koban was hidden between a piece of meat and an iron plate. Who was it? Who committed this atrocious act? I think it's fairly obvious. Are we not going to tell him? With all due respect, may I say something? Detective Hasanagi. You may, Detective. As you all know, I infiltrated the restaurant as a waiter in order to secretly investigate a series of incidents. Oh? Oh yes, you did mention an undercover investigation. La Quintos is a high-class restaurant where foreigners and wealthy customers gather. Recently, a certain individual started stealing from customers using a similar tactic. Oh. Indeed, that's what was reported to the Imperial Police headquarters. The world is full of despicable cowards, to be sure. Many of the victims are foreigners, thus we were ordered to resolve the matter post-haste. Hey, X-Car. How's it going? So, the reason you infiltrated the restaurant? Yes, I disguised myself as a waiter to catch this detestable, atrocious individual red-handed. It's plausible that this Koban was another one of the thief's targets. There's a great thief at La Quintos. We were unaware of this. Newer? Not really. It's, I think it came out in 2017. Or 2015, I can't remember. It's one that never got a Western release. This is a fan translation. It's called The Great Ace Attorney, The Adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And it's very good. I suppose this restaurant has already seen enough crime. Whether they can be called a great thief is up for debate, but... the identity of the individual who hid the Koban is obvious. What? Really? Alright, defense. Let's hear it then. The detestable thief that stole this old man's koban and hid it underneath the beefsteak is... Taizo Uzukamaru. Of course. It couldn't be anyone but you. Sergeant Uzukamaru. You little... delinquent. I've heard enough. Delinquent? Koban thief? Great thief of Laquentos? You're really going to indict my son, Koromaru? He's the culprit? How could you pin your own crimes on an innocent little baby? That's awful. You're the most delinquent one in this court, Sergeant Uzukamaru. Oh, you detestable man. How could you? Oh god. Oh, what is happening? Oh god! Oh. What the hell? Yeah. Imperial Army, Sergeant. Or Sergeant Uzukamaru, reporting for duty. Okay! Glad that's cleared up. He kind of has that villain mustache. Do you even know? Do you even know how shockingly little the Empire pays its soldiers to protect our lands? Indeed, the temporary tax increases from our last war have yet to be repealed. I'm told that lower-ranking soldiers are living especially destitute lives. All I wanted was to be able to give Koromaru warm food. So you decided to start stealing from others. Laquentos caters to the wealthy. Once every 3 days, I visit the restaurant to hunt for my prey. All the while biting off chunks of that delectable beefsteak. Sure enough, he doesn't look like someone who could use a knife and fork. So you did steal Sono Higarashi's koban? I did. Stealing from him was easier than taking candy from a baby. I deposited the coin in my pocket. Quite the great thief indeed. I moved to escape, leaving behind my half-eaten beefsteak. Suddenly, the gunshot. A murder unfolded before you. If someone happened to check my pockets, my reputation would be ruined. Oh, so he stuck it under a beefsteak. Horrified by the very idea, I hid the koban. I shoved it under the beefsteak, hoping that I might find it again someday. Okay. Lots of dots. God, look at all the people. This is like the most people you ever have in a courtroom. It's great. This is ridiculous. Is this Giselle? Yep. I grow incredibly weary of being forced to bear witness to such a worthless farce of a trial. Giselle. Oh, how improper of us. This time I swear to end this senseless bore of a trial. Is she gonna tell him to shut up? Oh, nice. All I ask is that you go home with a smile on your face, my lady. Indeed. This child-rearing soldier was the one who stole Sono Higarashi's koban. But I can't say with confidence that this theft is related to the murder. Exactly. He switched the plates. What kind of barbarian would hide a coin under meat? Only the Japanese, I suppose. Barbarian? Even worse, he gnawed at it without using so much as a knife and fork. Even the barbarians are more civilized than you lot. Britons spit on that kind of conduct. Now that all doubts have been cleared from that testimony, the court will allow the witnesses to leave. You are free to return, my lady. Then I shall be taking my leave. I bid you all farewell. Ciao. What's wrong, Naruhodo? This is no time to be daydreaming. Well, something about Giselle's parting words just bothered me is all. I can't get my mind off of it. It's like when I found the contradiction in her testimony earlier. Then you have to speak. Don't overthink it. Don't even think about it at all. Huh? You can think after you talk. No object before the trial ends. Okay. Mata! Giselle, wait. Is there still something you need? This is my last question, Giselle. I mean it. I just need you to explain one thing for me. There was a contradiction in your parting words. I need you to explain that. Come again? What contradiction? What are you trying to pull? What do you mean, Naruhodo? Did you notice something about her parting words? I didn't even realise what she said. What kind of barbarian would hide a coin under meat? Only the Japanese, I suppose. Even worse, he gnawed at it without using so much as a knife and fork. Even the barbarians are more civilized than you lot. Britain spit on that kind of conduct. Yeah. I don't know what's suspicious about that. The fact you knife and fork? I knew it. There's definitely a decisive contradiction in there. Is there? Very well, attorney. I order you to present your evidence. Show us the evidence that proves there is a contradiction in Miss Giselle Brett's statement. Oh, is it the fact that this hasn't been cut with a knife and fork? I don't know. And this is the beefsteak that Miss Brett was eating before the crime, correct? No. To be more precise, this is the beefsteak on the victim's table at the time of the incident. There we go. Okay, I'm on the right track. Good. What does it matter? They both mean the same thing. No, they don't. Only one of them has blood on it. If you look closely, you might notice something unusual about this beefsteak. What? What's unusual about it? That would be the way the meat was cut, of course. Have you caught on yet, Giselle? Explain yourself. Now, Giselle made a strange claim before. She said that she would never bite into a beefsteak without using a knife and fork. Well, of course, she is a lady after all. Then look at the way the meat was cut. As you can see, these patterns are animalistic bite marks. Ah. There we go. Looks like she's seen her mistake, too. If the witness had elegantly eaten her meal with a knife and fork, then the beefsteak wouldn't have crude bite marks like this. Which means it's not her beefsteak. But regardless of how she ate it, what are you getting at? Maybe my lady was so famished that she couldn't help but chomp down. Oh, what is the matter, my lady? I really must excuse myself. Oh, she's realised. We're getting close. I'll be late for my afternoon tea date with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh, but I promise you, this trial will be over very soon. Leave it to me, Prosecutor Ouchie, and I will render this youngster speechless. That makes me jump. Every time. Every time she yells, shut up, I jump. Because it's so sudden. It's always in the middle of talking, too. Shut your mouth, four-eyed samurai scum. Jesus. Yes, ma'am. Whoa. She's really losing her composure now. It looks like she's finally starting to understand. She knows what the bite marks imply. What? Naruhodo? Naruhodo? I'm gonna say his name in so many different ways. Can't help it. This time the puzzle's really coming together. First, she claims to use a knife and fork. Oh. Wait. Oh yeah, I've just realised. They say fork and knife. It's knife and fork. That's just weird. Whatever. A fork and knife, but her steak is covered in bite marks. Then, the bloodstain I remembered somehow disappeared. And now, I have evidence that can prove who the culprit is. The one who really shot Dr. Watson. Wait. Wait, really? Indeed, those bite marks may be unusual. But I fail to see what this clears up. Why, it clears up everything, of course. Everything? I'd wager that these disgusting bite marks are connected to a decisive piece of evidence. The evidence that will finally prove who really shot Dr. Watson. I'm fed up listening to you prattle on. What decisive evidence could you possibly have? It doesn't exist. It is so like you Japanese to try a cheap bluff like this. What makes you so sure about that? Simple. Had such a thing existed, it would have been presented long ago. Yes, you're right that it hasn't been presented yet. What? But even if it hasn't been presented, that evidence still exists. That's absurd. Who keeps evidence hidden this far into the trial? That sort of thing just doesn't happen. But I know exactly the person who possesses such evidence. Once I request that evidence, the entire mystery surrounding this incident will be resolved. Very well. This will be my last request to you, Attorney. Tell us who holds the final piece of evidence that will expose the truth. It is, of course, Satoru Hosonaga. Of course, that would be Detective Hosonaga. What do you mean by of course? Huh? I would never conceal evidence. That's preposterous. No, that's not what I meant at all. I'd like everyone to focus on this. The bite marks on this beefsteak. The bite marks. Earlier, Sergeant Uzukumaru said this, biting off chunks of that delectable beefsteak. Then he stole Sono Higarashi's koban and hid it under the beefsteak. What do you think you're doing, kid? You think you can fight a soldier? Sergeant, I have a question for you. Just to make sure, you did hide this koban under your own beefsteak, right? Of course, while I may be a soldier, I have not the gall to just slip something under a lady's meal right in front of her. In other words, Detective Hosonaga actually presented your own beefsteak to the court. But isn't that strange? This beefsteak was found on the victim's table. She claims to have used a fork and knife, and she had no way to steal the koban. Of course not. The very thought is an insult to the Great British Empire. If all of this is true, what are we supposed to make of this contradiction? Oh, I see now. Are you saying... The sergeant switched his own meal with the victim's? There we go. Got there eventually. Yep. Well, is that what you're saying? The truth is, at the time of the incident, when the man was murdered right in front of me, my mind went blank. Before I realised what I was doing, I had turned over my beefsteak and hidden the koban. That waiter came over and revealed that he was a detective preventing my escape. If that detective looked under my meat, he would have shattered my life to pieces. I saw an opening when the student was being arrested and led to the kitchen. So he did. I switched my beefsteak with Miss Brett's as fast as I could. What? I didn't know anything about that. I did not witness that. I executed my strategy as fast as lightning. There was no time to think. In that moment, there were no other options. That's right. I had no choice but to do it. What? So there we go. However, rest assured, prosecutor. Assured of what? I swear to you, as an Imperial soldier, I have now told you everything. That's my whole story. I don't want to hear your story to begin with. Oh my god, are we done? Whew. It has now been established that the beefsteaks were switched. That means Sergeant Uzukumaru took Miss Brett's meal and brought it to his own table. Indeed. That seems to be the case. Detective Hosonaga. Yes? I remember what you said about the beefsteaks. You collected both Gisele's and Sergeant Uzukumaru's beefsteaks, right? You seized both of them as evidence. Ah. Uh-oh. Indeed I did. Now's the time to present the other one. Show us the beefsteak tray that was on Miss Brett's table before the switch. Oh. What is that beefsteak supposed to prove? There's no way that a cold, dry, stiff piece of meat can have any relation to this incident. No, but it will have blood on it. That simply isn't going to fly, milady. What is wrong with you? First off, you should be able to remember this. What was it that brought the beefsteaks into this debate again? Aren't you the one who brought it up? Yeah, because of blood. The source of this debate all began with this man's memory. His memory. At that moment, I saw it clearly. Blood. The beefsteak dish that should have been behind Dr. Watson definitely had a bloodstain on it. I have faith in the defendant's memories. The one piece of evidence that corroborates his memories is the lady's beefsteak plate. Very well then. Detective, I hereby order you to present the other beefsteak. Show us Miss Brett's beefsteak, the one that was moved to the soldier's table. That smile. Yes, Your Honor. So this will be where it ends. Oh my god. I apologise for the wait. Ah, that's more like it. Yeah, it's been cut with a knife and fork, and you can see the bloodstain. This is the other beefsteak. Please, look to your heart's content. And there's blood. She barely touched it. The bloodstain. I can see it. And now you all see the truth. This bloodstain here confirms it. When the victim was shot, his back was turned to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo to have shot the victim. Ah. It can't be. The only one who could have shot Dr. Watson was in front of him at the time. And only one person meets that description. Do I need to continue? That's right. That person would be Jezzael Brett. You are the culprit. Yeah! Breakdown time! Breakdown time! Oh god, the fucking swan went limp. I can't believe this. These damn Japanese have bested me? What the hell? Oh god. Shut up, shut up, shut up. What the fuck? Why are there so many birds in her hat? Oh. Damn you. God damn you all. Oh, that's great. Oh, there we go. There's little birdies. Aww. Oh my god, that was great. He, like, ascended like an angel. My deepest apologies, I seem to have lost myself in a state of despair for a moment. That was most unbecoming of a lady of the Great British Empire. I beg your forgiveness. You also murdered a man, so, now witness. Will you finally tell us the truth? Gladly. Hallelujah. The one who killed the good doctor with Cuirae was me, of course. You all have already guessed why I chose that specific day to carry out my plan. I already knew that he would have a tooth removed that day. And so the doctor died, and if the water was investigated, no poison would be found. Because in Japan, Cuirae might as well not exist. On that day, I had not planned for such a long stay in that restaurant. One sip was all I needed. I was to ensure he drank this, and that would be the end of it. First, I ordered a beefsteak to place in front of him, so that it would seem he was dining alone. I had intended to withdraw from the scene immediately after, however... Oh. Suddenly an unexpected individual appeared. Would that be me? Yes, of course I'm referring to you. You just had to come up and say hello, even though you had no pressing business. I lost my chance to withdraw from the scene. Eventually, the doctor drank his glass and lost consciousness. I propped up his body on the chair so he wouldn't fall over and cause a scene. This was the point of no return. There, in the spur of the moment, I concocted my plan. A plan to frame the defendant for Dr. Watson's death. The doctor always carried that pistol for self-defense. I realized that I could use it to my advantage. She dropped it on the floor. On that day, I had brought with me a small bottle of Curare within my handbag. But, underneath my skirt, I had also concealed a pistol of my own. Under your skirt? I knew it. There really were two pistols. Yes. Then, by the time I had finished my coffee and moved to leave the restaurant... You had already thrown his pistol on the floor, right? You put it in my line of sight. You knew I would walk by you on the way out. Just as I planned, you took notice of the stray pistol. And as he went to pick it up, she shot him. Then, just when you picked it up... Yep. That was when you fired your hidden pistol. The doctor was already dead by that time, so you shot his corpse. The sound of the gunshot echoed within the establishment. Then, the waiter appeared. I restrained the defendant, whom I thought was the culprit. And I locked him in the storeroom at the back of the kitchen. That was my chance to turn the doctor's chair, so his back was facing the table. Naturally, that was so Dr. Watson would appear as though he had been shot by the defendant. That's all I have to say. I've told you everything about my crime. Your Honor? Yes? If you would be so kind. I would like to have a private chat with you after the trial. Very well. I will call for you. And with that, I bid all of you farewell. I hope you'll forgive me one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh. No motive. No motive. Like, why did she decide to kill the doctor? Like, it's never described. Explained, even. And there it is. We beat the fucking first case. Woo! It took 4 hours. Jesus. And thus, this trial seems to have finally come to a clear conclusion. Do you have any objections, Prosecutor Ouchi? Impossible. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi. I've been defeated by an amateur university student. Hereafter, your walk down the prosecutor's path will be a fair bit harsher. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? I won't forget this. I swear to you, until the end of days, the Ouchi clan will be a royal pain in your arse. And that I don't doubt. The prideful men of old will be toppled by the younger generation. Ooh. That's the natural course of history. Make sure your defendants know that as well. Ah! Oh god. A 100 generations may pass, but your descendants will never rival those of this man. Damn. On this day, this trial held within our most hallowed Supreme Court, Jesus, marks the beginning of a new chapter in the history of law in this country. Even standing here as your own attorney, your defense was superb. Thank you, Your Honor. In this current age, the court is where the truth is pursued, through use of evidence and logic. As you all know, it has been decades since our country's borders were open to the world. Due to the knowledge brought from the West, our country now knows the concept of science. Science will breathe life into new methods of investigation and the trials to follow. What awaits us beyond the door to the future of law? As the new generation of the law, it is your responsibility to open that door. Kazuma Asugi. Yes? After this trial, you will begin your journey to the British Empire as a student of law. A vast world and a new culture await you. Make sure you learn from it. Accomplish the mission imposed upon you. Understood, Your Honor. What's wrong? You've gone so tense. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. And you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sir, I cannot be sure exactly what it is, but I sense astounding potential in you. Where will you go from here? I'll be waiting at the edge of my seat. Thank you very much, Your Honor. The end. Oh, we need the verdict. Yeah. Now then. I shall declare the final verdict for the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Not guilty. Woo! Now look at Ouchie. Oh, we're not done yet. We still have the fucking, like, after case dialogue. Ugh. Court is adjourned. Holla, bloody Luya. Yeah, this is, without a doubt, way longer than Spirit of Justice. This is the longest tutorial case ever. 4 hours. Nearly 4.5. Yeah. 4 hours and 17 minutes. By the time I get through the dialogue, it'll probably be like 4 hours and 20. Ridiculous. Can't believe it. I can't believe I'm really standing here now. I survived a battle in the Supreme Court. I could have actually split this to 2 sessions, but I've done every other tutorial case in one go, so I figured I'd do the same with this. Did not realise it was going to be such a doozy. Naruhodo, you've really done it. Let me be the first to congratulate you. Let me be the first to thank you, Asugi. Your defense was exhilarating to watch. Just don't forget that you owe me an extra large beef hot pot from Yume's cafeteria. Brilliant work today, both of you. Oh. A not guilty verdict. Congratulations. From the bottom of my heart. Hello there, legal assistant Mikotoba. You really came through for us. Oh no, I haven't done anything. Oh, thank you very much. If it weren't for those documents, I can't bear to imagine what might have happened. You should save your thanks for my father. All I did was follow his instructions to rush to Yume University. Your father? I remember. I'm deeply sorry for interrupting this trial. I'm a legal assistant. My name is Susato Mikotoba. Mikotoba. That would mean... Hello everyone. Good work out there. This is her father. You surprised me especially, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Thank you, sir. Oh no, I should be the one to thank you. After all, you exposed the culprit's true identity. The person who deprived my friend of his life. His friend? Come to think of it, you mentioned that earlier. You were the one that invited Dr. Watson to Yume. Yes, that is correct. Professor Mikotoba spent several years studying in the British Empire. Is that when you came to know Dr. Watson? Yes, that is correct. We began working together at a certain hospital during my time abroad, you see. Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, it's ancient history. Let's talk about something more important. Asugi, it's your turn now. The Great British Empire is the de facto ruler of the world. It is truly a grand civilization. Science, medicine, industry, culture, and even criminology. You will bear witness to what unfolds in the heart of the world. Yes, sir. I'm ready to see my mission through to its end. And I'll carry the soul of the Asugi family all throughout. Are you still going to carry that katana around after you arrive in the British Empire? Of course. The katana is the heart of the Japanese people, a sharp blade that can cut through anything. It'll guide me on the road ahead. Honestly, it's frightening just how sharp that blade really is. Oh yes, come to think of it, what will happen to that woman? The true culprit behind Dr. Watson's murder, Jezzael Brett. You want to know about her? To be honest, I don't like talking about it. It's what? Because she's a foreigner. What do you mean? Since she's a culprit, she'll be taken to trial next, right? She's leaving this country. She should be headed to Shanghai soon. Shanghai? She will never be judged in this empire. What? Why not? Because of the treaty. Due to the invocation of extraterritorial rights. Oh, right. Detective Hosonaga. That was a truly wonderful display of modern trial tactics today. Let me congratulate you on your hard-fought... Wait, before you do, what do you mean by the invocation of extraterritorial rights? Our empire is unable to judge that foreign woman's crimes. We're unable to judge her. Then who on earth will judge her sins? Her only trial will be in the consular courts of the British Empire. Consular courts? But what a sad state of affairs this is, Professor. The Japanese-Anglo Alliance Treaty should have rendered these rights powerless in Japan. Yes, that is correct. So long as there isn't a grave incident of political importance. Invoking one's extraterritorial rights shouldn't be so simple. Is that so? Our empires must have made some sort of secret agreement behind closed doors. It's an injustice, no matter how you look at it. Jezzael Brett can't be judged in this empire. I'd say she saw the trial as little more than a mere game. She knew there would be no danger to her well-being from the very beginning. What do you mean? The Great British Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs appealed for her extradition. The British government wants to handle this murder situation in a discreet manner. Oh, of course. Moving forward, we have to be the ones to bring forth change. The world is in deep turmoil as we head toward the 20th century. Someday, the day will definitely come when the hammer of justice will be brought down upon her. Yes, it definitely will. We'll change the world until it does. So, the 20th century is approaching, so it is the 1800s. Alright, let's be done with this serious talk. How about we all celebrate together this evening? Professor Mikotoba. That would be great. We won't change anything if we just stand around looking grim. Let's celebrate Ryunosuke Naruhodo's acquittal with a blast. Feel free to come celebrate at La Quintos. I, Hosonaga, will make preparations for a very special dinner. Mr. Hosonaga, you're supposed to be a detective, right? No, let's not fret over the smaller details. Let us go. Will the Professor be joining us? Of course. I hear the cutlets at La Quintos are most exquisite. Then I'll go finish the procedures for Naruhodo's acquittal. Thank you very much. Our empire is powerless to try Jezzael Brett in court. Does that mean we'll never know the truth? Why did she murder Dr. Watson? Asugi. What is it, Naruhodo? Let me thank you again. You really saved my life today. I didn't do anything at all. Which one of us was your attorney again? Asugi, I know you'll be the best attorney in the world. I wonder about that. To tell you the truth, during that trial, I kept thinking, maybe you're the one who was meant to be an attorney all along. Huh? What are you talking about? The only time I really helped you was at the beginning of the trial. You have a talent for being an attorney. No way. I never want to go through another terrifying battle like that again. Besides, all I did was listen to what you told me. I just believed in you. That is exactly what you have a talent for it. What do you mean? Think about it, Naruhodo. What do you think is an attorney's most valuable weapon? Well, I guess his knowledge of the law would be pretty important. Wrong. It's the power of to believe. The power to believe. An attorney fights for his client, no matter what. It all starts with belief. That's true. You believed in me. None of us are omnipotent, and that includes me. I'm only human. Despite that, I have to believe in something when I'm standing at the defense bench. In court, when you're backed into a corner, and you have nowhere left to turn, it's hard to keep believing in what you must believe in. It's definitely not something that just anyone could do. To believe in your client. And today, you believed in an amateur student like me to the end. Huh? No matter how many desperate situations you were thrust into, you didn't stop carrying on. You never doubted my words, and you seized the truth with your own hands. Isugi. Naruhodo, there's actually something I want to talk to you about. I, Kazuma Isugi, have a heartfelt request for you. What's with all the sudden formality? Oh, are you both still here? Oh, Detective Hosonaga. I've gotten a rickshaw for us. Now, let us depart. I see. My apologies. We should get going now. Naruhodo, we'll talk about that later. For now, let's go celebrate your victory. And don't forget about your trip to the British Empire too. Yes, you're right. That too. Hey, there it is. I think that's the end of the case. End of episode 1. Jesus. Thus, my very first courtroom battle drew to a close. Isugi, Professor Mikotaba, and even Susato, the legal assistant. Thanks to all their help, I was able to fight until I was declared innocent. But little did I know that Isugi's request would cause a huge change in my life, setting me on the path I walk now. I never realized it at the time, but that request was where it all began. This is... like, these are playing out as like flashbacks, with how he's talking. The end. God, it's taken so long to get through that. I had no idea. I started at 6:30, and it's nearly 11 o'clock. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. A new episode has been added. Hooray! Does it automatically go to it, or not? God damn. My throat, it hurts. Wow, it took an hour and a half to get through that last trial. Jesus. Oh no, there isn't. Ah! Ooh. Actually, it's quite cool seeing these. So, episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Oh, are they all just The Adventure? The Adventure, The Adventure... yeah, it's The Adventure, The Adventure. So we've got The Adventure of the Great Departure. Oh, that actually says Le Cuentos. Bienvenue au Le Cuentos? Whatever. I don't speak French. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Ooh! What the fuck? And The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smouldering glare, and the whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Okay, whatever the bloody hell that means. Damn. So if I go back to the title screen, yes. I'm curious, what does it actually put me at? Oh, it still just shows the title. Oh my god. Oh, my throat, it hurts so bloody much. I honestly can't believe how much it hurts. and just how long it took me to get through that. I was not expecting it to be 4 hours, or 4.5 hours. I was literally expecting it to be like, you know, 2.5, 3 hours. God, how stupid I was. But to be fair, when I first played through this case, to begin with, oh god, I didn't time it, so it's like I didn't know how long it took me. Oh my god. I really hope that as the story progresses, we do find out the motive for why Giselle Brett killed Dr. Watson, because there's no explanation. She just kind of did it for funsies. There must be a reason. I don't know why she would want to kill her. Would he be our mentor? But yeah, I don't understand why she'd want to kill her mentor, but whatever. Either way, I'm rambling a bunch. God, 4.5 hours to get through one case. This is going to be a journey. I'm looking forward to it though. I'm absolutely incredibly pumped for this game. Because it's one I've not played much of, so, you know, it's all going to be new. But either way, that is going to be the end of the session. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed. And until next time, take care. And for those who stopped by the stream, thanks for stopping by. It's much appreciated. Have a good day, and I'll see you next stream.